Barry, a cardiologist back.
This is an NBC News special report. Here's José Díaz-Balart.
Good evening. We are coming on the air with breaking news. There has been an incident at Donald Trump's Pennsylvania rally. It appears shots have apparently been fired and Donald Trump has been injured. I'm going to pause to let you see the video as it played out.
That chart's a couple of months old, and if you want to really see something that's said, take a look at what happened.
Moving to spare. Hold. When you're ready. On you.
Ready?
Move.
Up.
Move. Go.
Up. Hawkeye's here.
So here's what we know at this hour. What sounds like shots rang out. The former president grabbed his ear and as he fell was immediately surrounded by security behind the podium. And as you can see in these images, he was shortly rushed off the stage. This is an emerging situation. NBC's Dasha Burns is at that Trump rally north of Pittsburgh and joins us now. Dasha, what do we know?
Jose, we're still waiting to confirm a lot of the details here. A lot of question marks still up in the air. Here's what I can tell you from my vantage point, because I was standing right here as Trump first came onto the stage. He was just a few minutes into his speech at this rally. I was in front of a camera, and I was walking off of the press risers here down below to the ground level where all of the general attendants are, as we heard what sounded like gunshots ring out. My producer and I ran to take cover, as did several of the people that are in attendance here, most people ducking down, the press that were behind the risers, press that were at our media tables, ducking down under the tables as we weren't sure what was going on. Our crew who was up on the stage captured some of that video that you showed, the former president getting protected by his Secret Service. They covered him. He looked to have some blood on his face. It looked like his ear was bloody. A lot of chaos and confusion. No one was sure where the gunshots that sounded like gunshots were coming from. The former president, as we know, is now inside the motorcade. He may at this point be off-site. The folks here are now evacuating. A lot of confusion, some anger, people yelling at the press here, not sure what to make of what has just happened. The former president was just standing on the stage. He was talking about immigration under President Biden when all of this erupted into chaos. Again, just moments into his appearance here in Butler, Pennsylvania. So far, we're safe. Our crew is safe. We have not seen anyone injured. We have not heard of anyone injured yet, but certainly unexpected, confusing, and we are still waiting to find out what exactly transpired here, Jose.
And Dasha, we want to go back to that video because, as you indeed state, it does seem as though what appears to sound like shots, a number of them did ring out, and the former president clutched his right ear. We saw him that after that he was taken towards that motorcade, and here, or just moments afterwards, you can see from what seems to be his ear, blood in his ear, and there's some blood on his cheeks, but he is conscious. He is with his fist raised in the air as there seems to be blood coming from his right ear. He was conscious the entire time, still is conscious in every single one of the frames of the video that we have here on NBC News as he is being taken into that SUV. There were also moments right after those apparent gunshots rang out where we were able to hear the officials. And let's just listen in together to this.
If you want to really see something that's said, take a look at what happened.
I counted about 8 to 11, what seems to be gunshots. And you will be able to hear now,
When you're ready, on you.
as they're getting ready to transport the former president. And we see now some heavily armed special SWAT team members. But listen to what they say here.
Are we good? Shooter's down. Are we
Shooter
good?
is down, is what one said.
Let's move. Let's move.
This was just moments ago in Pennsylvania. And we'll see the former president stand up with the help of a few people.
Let me get my shoes on.
Hold on in your head.
He says, let me get my shoes.
Move to class.
Watch out.
Donald Trump still speaking as he raises his fist. And there you can see in the middle part of your screens what seems to be blood coming out from his right ear, conscious, shaking and waving that fist, as about 5 people help him down the stairs and towards that SUV. And I could hear about 8 to 10 or 11 what seems to be gunshots. Dasha.
Jose, as we stand here, there are a lot of people yelling at the press pen right now, a lot of anger from the people here. I'll tell you, just emotionally, there's been a roller coaster just over the last 10 minutes or so since this happened. It went from confusion, people not sure if what they were hearing was fireworks, but as those sounds continued, as you said, 8 to 11 or so consecutively, people realized this might be dangerous, this might be gunshots. People started to get down, to hide, to feel that fear, that adrenaline that, frankly, I felt as we were trying to make sense of the situation and make sure that our team here and our colleagues here were safe. Then, when you saw the former president in that video get up and raise his fist, we did hear cheers erupt from the crowd, people chanting USA, USA, and the former president was taken into the motorcade. People started to clear out, and now, as this place is empty, littered with water bottles, just looks like a scene of escape right now. Very chaotic exit for everyone. The few people that are remaining are very angry with the media. We are feeling a lot of rage from people right now as everyone is trying to process what just happened. Of course, it is not uncommon for the former president at his rallies to point out the media, to call them fake news, and to target the frustration of his supporters towards the press. And that is a little bit of what we are experiencing right now, as people are trying to make sense of what happened, what was supposed to be and was just before these sounds rang out, just before this incident, a pretty jovial, celebratory mood. Music was playing. The former president had just started his speech, and then everything changed, Jose.
Hold. When you're ready, on you. Move.
I want to bring in Tom Winter, a special correspondent. Tom, what we can discern from these images that we have from just moments ago is that the former president was speaking, and then as what appear to be gunshots start ringing out, more than one, Tom, is when he seems to touch his right ear, and almost quickly right after that starts dropping, and then that's when the security joined him. But Tom, it looks as though from this image that there is blood just from his right ear, which may have also grazed his cheek.
Jose, I want to stress to everybody that it is preliminary. The information that I am sharing with our audience right now is very early in this investigation. Everything I say is subject to change as law enforcement gathers more information as an investigation continues. I can say with some sense at this time, based upon law enforcement officials have been briefed initially on the events at the ground, reporting along with my colleague Jonathan Dinks at 6:29 Eastern Time, that the president is not expected to, the president is expected to survive this incident. I think that's the most important thing for people to know. The former president of the United States, Donald J. Trump, current presumptive nominee in the Republican Party, is expected to survive this incident. That's the initial indication that we have from the ground. There is an initial indication that either a fragment of a piece of ammunition or ammunition may have struck the president. It's possible it could have been a bullet ricochet. We just don't know. It's very early in this investigation. We do not have any sort of sense of a suspect. We do not have any sort of a sense of it's just one person or two people. We don't know. We don't know the type of weapon that's used. We don't know the motivation, though it appears to be clear to be going after former President Trump. But again, the headline at this time, the initial indications is that Donald Trump is expected to survive this incident. We've got a lot more calls to make. We've got a lot more information to gather. What I may have just said could change entirely in the next 5 minutes, the next 5 hours. We don't know. But that's the initial indication that we have, all subject to change.
Tom Woncher, of course, stay on this, and thank you for being with us tonight on this rapidly developing news story. Former President Donald Trump appears to have been shot or hit by some either ammunition or fragments in a rally that he was holding in Pennsylvania just moments ago. I want to turn to the moderator of Meet the Press, Kristen Welker, who is with us as well tonight. Kristen, these images that we're showing show the president to be conscious, the former president to be conscious the entire time, shaking and waving his fist in the air, but there does seem to be blood emerging from his right ear, and possibly maybe some injury to the cheek.
Jose, that's right. The images are horrifying. The former president with his face bloodied. He's pumping his fists. He appears to be saying fight, fight, as he is ushered off stage by the Secret Service. The political world just starting to absorb what has unfolded in Pennsylvania with just days until the Republican National Convention gets underway. Let me read you some of the reactions so far. Kelly O'Donnell has reached out to the Secret Service saying they are still gathering information on this incident. So, of course, we will bring that to our viewers as soon as we get that. President Biden, for his part, was at church in Delaware. As he left, he was asked if he'd been briefed on this rally. He said no. He then got back into his motorcade. Undoubtedly, he will be briefed in the coming moments. J.D. Vance, of course, the senator from Ohio, who is a potential contender to be Trump's VP nominee, tweeting out, "Everyone join me in praying for our President Trump and everyone at that rally. I hope everyone is okay." Jose, we cannot overstate this. This will send shockwaves throughout the political world, throughout the country, as everyone absorbs what has happened. Again, the former president rushed off stage, pumping his fist, appearing to have been injured at this rally in Pennsylvania, Jose.
Kristen Welker, thank you so very much. Stay with us. I want to go back to Dasha Burns, who was at that rally. Dasha, if you would describe to us what set the stage for us, what was happening when the former president was apparently hit with something?
So those of us who are just joining, we were on the press risers. We were in front of the camera as the former president came onto the stage, started speaking. He was speaking, Jose, for maybe 3 to 5 minutes, perhaps even less. He was just starting to talk about the issue of immigration under President Biden. He put some slides up on the screens here. As he was starting to get into that issue, we were getting off the press risers here. I'll just tell you from my personal experience, because we were in the middle of all of this as this all transpired. We were getting off of the press riser, getting to the ground level where all of the attendees are on the grass here at this venue. We heard At first, what I thought might have been fireworks. I even saw a little bit of smoke. Wasn't sure what was going on. My producer, Bianca, and I then realized this might be something more serious. We then got ourselves behind a barricade for safety, trying to make sure that our colleagues and our peers around us were safe. Everyone ducked down. As you see in that video, the former president ducked down. Secret Service came and protected him. People in the audience here, those who were attending, initial confusion, shock. Again, when you first hear those shots, you really do think this might be fireworks, just because this is not something that you are expecting when you're at an event like this. We get down on the ground, we hear those continued pop, 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 pops. They kept going. It felt like for a long time for those of us who were here on site. But as you said, listening to it back, it was about 8 to 11 or so of those popping sounds. As the scene started to quiet down, as we stopped hearing those sounds, the former president started to get up, his Secret Service escorting him off the stage. The crowd went from that initial shock, fear, to cheering for him as he stood up, and it was clear that he was not unconscious, but he did seem to be bloody. Then the crowd started to disperse. In fact, we're being told right now that they would like the media to exit the premises, so that's what we're going to do as soon as we finish this, Jose. Then we got back up immediately to try to tell you what we experienced, what was going on. Again, just a few minutes into his speech here. The crowd also quite angry at the press, and we are now being told by Secret Service that we need to leave, Jose. So I'm going to say goodbye to you for now, but we will keep you posted. I'll post it out. I'll phone in later if we have more information, Jose.
Dasha, thank you very much. Do what is needed to do. Stay safe and do exactly what authorities are asking you to do. I want to, and if you're listening to us on radio, I want you to listen as well as watch what happened just short moments ago in Pennsylvania at former President Donald Trump's rally. We're going to start from this part and just go right through the whole incident.
If you want to really see something that said, take a look at what happened.
Move to spare. Hold. When you're ready. On you. Ready. Move. Up. Move. Go. Up.
Hawkeye's here.
Hawkeye's here. Move it to the spare.
Spare, get ready. Spare, get ready.
We ready?
Down. Down.
Are we good? Shooters down. Are we good to move?
We're clear.
Let's move. Let's move.
We're clear.
Come on.
Let me get my shoes. Let me get my shoes.
I got you, sir. I got you, sir.
Let me get my shoes, sir.
Hold that in your head. It's bloody.
So we got to move to the bus. Move to the bus. Let me get my shoes.
Okay, my shoes down. Get the shoe.
Watch out.
Wait.
This time around, as we play back what happened just a short while ago in Donald Trump's Pennsylvania rally, I heard at least 13 shots, what appeared to be shots, and there was some difference in the intensity or strength of the shots, which could mean that there were a number of, again, shots fired initially, and then there was some responsive shots. We also heard members of security say the shooter is down. Peter Alexander is with us, our chief White House correspondent. Peter, what do we know as of right now? And I understand that President Biden has been informed of what happened.
Jose, that's right. We have been in touch with senior officials at the White House who tell NBC News that President Biden, who is spending this weekend at his property in Rehoboth Beach, Delaware, has been informed, has been briefed by aides about the situation currently taking place, or that has just taken place at that rally for former President Trump in Pennsylvania. I spoke to another official there who conceded that they are trying to get as much information as they can right now. Clearly, there are a lot of events that are moving very quickly at this time. The president, only moments before this took place, was in church at Rehoboth, and when he exited the church, reporters asked him if he was aware of it or had been informed about it. At that time, he had not been. It's clear at this time he now has. This is clearly a very dramatic moment for this country. Both President Biden and many members of his staff have condemned political violence of all kinds. Nobody anticipated anything of this kind to take place. As someone who travels routinely with the president and formerly with former President Trump and with Mr. Trump as a candidate, the perimeter is usually very tightly protected from a great distance as well. As you saw, the U.S. Secret Service quickly swarming the former president before leading him off. You see the SWAT teams who quickly came into position. And I can tell you, having been at many of these Trump rallies, and here's a new picture from one of our colleagues there on the ground, the photojournalists who are in the front row, showing the blood on former president's face and clearly on his ear as well. There he is pumping his fist as he was effectively chanting "fight" to those members, his supporters who were there. The perimeter is usually quite wide here, and having traveled with President Biden recently when he was overseas in Europe, I was struck by how wide that perimeter was, with snipers in many areas keeping a very close eye. And I suspect many of our colleagues in law enforcement would communicate that for a former president and now the presumptive nominee on the Republican side, there would have been a very wide perimeter. So now that we are told by law enforcement that it's believed that Donald Trump will certainly survive this incident, immediately the questions turn to how this happened, who's responsible for it, and what needs to be done to help better secure any of these political figures over the course of the next several days and weeks, not the least of which begins with the Republican National Convention that's scheduled to start on Monday in Milwaukee. A giant perimeter has been built around the Milwaukee arena where they're going to be hosting that event. In Washington, a huge perimeter was built for the NATO summit that President Biden was participating in with world leaders as well. But as I'm speaking to you, I'm checking my phone and texting with colleagues, with staff at the White House for any additional information. Jose, as we gather that, we will, of course, share it with you.
Peter Alexander, thank you so very much. Of course, continue monitoring this for us. I want to bring in retired ATF Special Agent Jim Kavanaugh. He is with us tonight. Jim, and when we look at these images, there is so much that tells people like you so much about the trajectory, where it seems that these gunshots or whatever came from. The president was looking towards his right when at least two of what seemed to be gunshots rang out. And then he immediately kind of went towards his right ear as he was dropping. It seems later, Jim, that there may be up to two what appear to be lines, one right up above his mouth on his cheek going towards his ear, and then one on the lower part of his cheek. What does this tell you, Jim?
Yeah, well, you're exactly right, Jose. I mean, he certainly reacted to his right. I mean, appears to be he was struck in his right ear. That appears to be where all the blood is. We don't know if that blood on the cheek is a wound or just blood spatter. It's hard to tell. But he certainly reacted to his right. He felt the sting on his right, probably his right ear. There's bleachers behind him that are filled, with supporters. But he kind of looks to his right. Now, it doesn't mean that the shot was directly to his right, that came directly from his right. It's just he hit him on the...
Take a look at what happened.
There you see it, Jim.
Yeah.
Jim, stand by. I want to go to Kristen Welker, who has some very late-breaking news.
Jose, Secret Service spokesperson just posted on X saying an incident occurred the evening of July 13th at a Trump rally in Pennsylvania. The Secret Service has implemented protective measures and the former president is safe. This is now an active Secret Service investigation and further information will be released when available. Again, that is from the Secret Service. Everyone just absorbing what has occurred and unfolded in Pennsylvania. We're also getting reaction from a number of the vice presidential potential picks of former President Trump. Again, just to reiterate, the Republican National Convention is just days away from getting underway, set to begin on Monday. Senator Rubio posting praying for President Trump and all those attending the rally in Pennsylvania today. Senator Vance, everyone join me in praying for our President Trump and everyone at that rally. I hope everyone is okay. North Dakota Governor Doug Burgum, please join Catherine and me in praying for President Trump, his family, and everyone attending the rally today. Carrie Lake, of course, Senate candidate, posting, please pray for President Trump. So reaction just beginning to pour in from the political world. Of course, as Peter just reported, President Biden has been briefed. This is the scenario that everyone, of course, feared and was trying to protect against. Certainly as we head toward the conventions this summer, security is in the spotlight. The questions, of course, now, how could this have happened at a rally for the presumptive Republican nominee? And the questions, of course, will go on from there. How to prevent this from ever happening again. But again, the political world just beginning to absorb what has transpired at this rally in Pennsylvania. Sources, of course, on both sides of the aisle reaching out to say how horrified, how shocked, how in disbelief they are at what has unfolded. Jose.
Indeed, Kristen Walker, please stay with us. I want to go back to our investigative correspondent, Tom Winter, with us on the phone. Tom, an update?
Jose, still gathering details at this hour. As you can imagine, things are very fluid, but the initial indications that we have from two senior U.S. law enforcement officials have been briefed on the matter is, first and foremost, former President Donald J. Trump is expected to survive whatever incident this is. So that's the first thing. As far as what this was, what type of incident it is, what might have happened, those are all details that law enforcement is trying to get a handle on. Was this a projectile? Was it a ricochet? Was it something that's not a gun? Could have been some other sort of device. Could have been anything else. We just don't know. It's just far too soon to say. And if anybody is in custody, who that person or persons might be and why they did this, all very much a question at this hour as I talk to you at 6:47 Eastern Time. So we're doing a lot of reporting. Law enforcement, U.S. Secret Service trying to get a handle on it. As you can imagine, federal law enforcement agencies, and I'm including my reporting with my colleague Jonathan Dienst on this, federal law enforcement agencies are all acutely aware of what's going on and are standing by to provide any sort of information or do any sort of investigative work, depending upon what they might find. Of course, there'll be questions about security. If this was, in fact, an intentional act, there'll be questions about the what and the why. But right now, I think folks are still trying to get a handle on the details, the most important of which, just so people understand the current condition of the former president, is that he is expected to survive.
Tom Winter, thank you very much. Stay with us. I want to go to Hallie Jackson, who has an update from the Trump campaign. Hallie?
Yeah, per a campaign spokesperson, I'm going to read you this statement in full as obtained by our colleague Garrett Hake. That President Trump thanks law enforcement and first responders for their quick action during this heinous act. The spokesperson goes on to say he is fine and being checked out at a local medical facility. That is it for now. We do expect more details to follow, but obviously significant now as we're looking at some of these images here, Jose, of the president, former president, being escorted off stage, that he is, in the words of the campaign, he is fine. He is apparently not seriously injured based on what they are telling us, and is obviously being looked at now by doctors. It is an extraordinary moment, to say the least, here, that we are on the eve of the Republican National Convention, that for the presumptive Republican nominee, this has occurred, whatever this is. at a campaign rally just days before he is set to officially accept the nomination. We want to be super careful here because there's still a lot we don't know about motivation, but I will just echo what some of my colleagues have said here, having been to many of these kinds of rallies. There is a security perimeter in place for any time you go to an event with any current or former president. There are mags, there is security, there's a perimeter, and it is usually, obviously, always pretty intense. And so there are going to be a lot of questions here moving forward as to how this could have happened, as we're looking at these very dramatic visuals now from photographers who are lined up right there on stage in Butler, Pennsylvania. We have seen a lot of reaction coming in. I know that Kristen just went through some of it from people like Mike Pence, from others in the party, saying that they are praying for the former president. As you see there, the blood on his face as he's holding up his hand, that shot that we have been replaying here, Jose. But again, the word from the Trump campaign, he is fine, they say, and currently being checked out. We're going to update you the second we get anything more.
Hallie Jackson, thank you very much. I want to go back to Dasha Burns, who was at that Trump rally north of Pittsburgh and has new reporting. She joins us on the phone. She was asked to leave the area as it is considered a crime scene.
Yeah, Jose, that's right. Everyone has now been evacuated. That includes attendees, staff, that includes the press as well. We have our crew has reconvened. We're all together. With our sources, what has transpired, and we'll tell you how it's worried about security of these things. Every single press rally that I have heard, I have been to many, the security perimeter is very intense. You are a member of the media or a member of the public or even a member who is an elected official.
Dasha,
you are screened.
I'm so sorry. I just can't. We're not able to make out exactly what you're saying. It is a very chaotic scene where you are. The communications are difficult. We're going to try to reestablish a better line of communication with Dasha Burns. I want to go back to Peter Alexander. Peter, any word from the White House?
Jose, no new information from the White House right now, but I do want to share some information we are receiving from the Democratic governor of the state of Pennsylvania, where this incident, this shooting, appears to have taken place only a short time ago. Governor Josh Shapiro writes, "Violence targeted at any political party or political leader is absolutely unacceptable." He says it has no place in Pennsylvania or the United States. He says he has been briefed on the situation by Pennsylvania State Police. He says he's been briefed on the situation, says that Pennsylvania State Police are on the scene in Butler County where this took place and are working with our federal and local partners. Again, those are the words of Governor Josh Shapiro, the Democratic governor of the state of Pennsylvania. So that's just the latest information we're getting from there. Again, we are reaching out to to the staff at the White House right now. President Biden, as we noted earlier, is traveling. He is in Delaware right now. The reporters, the pool that travels with him, we are told by reporters they are being kept inside the vans that they normally travel in a safe distance away from his home. But that is the latest in terms of the information that we have, Jose.
Peter Alexander, thank you so very much as we continue our coverage. Lester Holt continues with our breaking news.
Jose, thank you very much as we continue to cover the events here. I want to go to Dasha Burns. Dasha was in the crowd covering this event. I think we've reestablished your signal. Dasha, do you hear us okay?
Yeah, Lester, I'm on a better line, I think. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, you sound great.
Lester, I will tell you that what transpired is the former president was just starting his rally. He was only a few minutes into his speech. He was talking about immigration under President Biden. I and our team were up on the press risers as he first started speaking. We were just making our way off of those risers. We were heading to the ground level where all of the attendees were on the grass in the field at this venue when we heard what initially I thought might have been fireworks. The Trump rallies often involve pyrotechnics. Sometimes there is smoke for effect. So initially there was confusion, shock, surprise for myself being there personally, but also as I looked around to the crowd and everyone around us. My producer, Bianca, and I then realized that it might be something more serious as we heard those consecutive pop, pop, pops that you could hear on the video. We took cover behind some stage equipment. We looked around to make sure that our colleagues were in a safe position as we saw the entire audience, all of the attendees, get down on the ground. You can, of course, see in that video the former president also getting down, his Secret Service covering him. So from confusion to sudden fear. Then when the former president, you see him in that video rising up, he holds his hand up in the air. The audience started to cheer. There were some chants of USA, USA. Still a lot of chaos, a lot of confusion. Attendees started to evacuate. Eventually, the reason I'm on the phone with you, we were evacuated as well. So, Lester, at this point, I will tell you that venue is empty aside from law enforcement, Secret Service. Trump staff are gone, attendees are gone, the press is gone. My team and I are now in a safe location. The security at these events, one of the reasons, Lester, this was so confusing and surprising and shocking for us all. Of course, this is what everyone fears when it comes to the heated political environment that we are in. We don't know what exactly happened, what transpired, but people fear political violence. So this was scary for all of us who were there. But every rally that I have ever been to, Lester, because of that concern, is thoroughly protected. There are security mags, whether you're a member of the press, whether you're a member of the public, even elected officials are screened. Every item that you are carrying is looked at by a member of security. There is a pretty strict protocol about what you can and cannot bring in, which is why there was so much confusion when this started, because there are so many precautions taken to prevent any sort of violence, any sort of unsafe situation. And we are now safe.
Dasha,
with this moment into this rally, Jose.
Dasha, let me ask you, you and others, I think, have described multiple shots fired. First of all, do we know anyone of the crowd, anyone who was there? Has anyone been hit? And also, what do we know about the shooter?
We don't know, as far as from my vantage point, where exactly those shots came from. It's a really large venue, Lester, and it was hard to tell exactly where the shots were coming from. I thought I saw some smoke on the right-hand side of the stage, but again, the Trump rallies often have those sorts of special effects, so it wasn't clear if that had to do with those shots or not. I talked to, in that chaotic moment, asked the people around me, the people in the audience, the attendees that were near me, once we all sort of came up for air, if everyone was okay. I did not hear of anyone who was injured. People were certainly shaken up. The emotional landscape of those moments, those 10 to 15 minutes, Lester, was really tumultuous. Went from a very celebratory environment. There was music playing just before the former president came on stage. People were selling merchandise. Everyone was very hot, but very excited to hear him speak. It went from excitement to confusion. People weren't sure if this was part of the show or not. And then when people saw the former president get down, everyone got down. Sudden fear, shock, chaos, confusion. Then there were cheers. And then there was some anger, Jose. I will say that some members of the crowd started to turn on the press for a few minutes there, shouting at us, calling us fake news. Of course, that is somewhat a staple of Trump rallies. He often, you might hear some helicopters overhead. It looks to be like a police helicopter flying over the scene right now. The former president will often point to the press and call us fake news, and the folks who were in the crowd, again, confused and emotions running high, not clear what to make of what just happened. We didn't know if there was a shooter, who the shooter was, very frustrated as they were being escorted out of the venue. Again, we did not see anyone get injured. You saw the former president with some blood on his face, and at this point, he is safe. We are safe, and we are just looking to learn as many details as we can.
All right, Dasha Burns with that, excuse me, first-person account of what occurred there in Pennsylvania. And again, we saw that close-up picture of the former president, his face bloodied, but able to flash a thumb or a grin toward the crowd. One thing I note in these earlier video is that they're acting almost as if the threat had been over, because they linger on the stage for quite a while with the former president still upright before he's actually moved down to the vehicle, the armored vehicle. I want to go to Hallie Jackson right now. Hallie, are we getting any reaction from the Secret Service? Are they filling in any of the details?
I don't know if it's details, but they are at least responding here, as they are clearly in a moment of intense scrutiny as well, and obviously a heightened state of awareness given what just happened. So we know that the Secret Service is officially saying that this incident occurred. They do not specify what the incident actually is, what specifically happened, although we've obviously been seeing it and watching it for ourselves. The Secret Service, they say, has implemented protective measures, and the former president is safe. This is now an active Secret Service investigation, and further information will be released when available. You heard Dasha talking about being moved, obviously, from the scene of this rally because of this investigation that is now happening. But I want to underscore a couple of things here as we take a beat to just remind people where we are now, that at this moment, former President Donald Trump, based on what we're hearing from Secret Service and from his campaign, is safe and is fine. Those are the words of Secret Service and his team. He is now being checked out, based on his campaign, at a local medical facility, presumably in the area of Butler, Pennsylvania, where this rally has been happening here. I can tell you we are also hearing from his son, Donald Trump Jr., who is posting a picture of his father in the seconds after this happened with his fist raised. It's an image, Lester, that we have showed a couple of times in our special coverage here, saying he'll never stop fighting to save America. We are also hearing from others in the broader political orbit, including, for example, Robert F. Kennedy Jr., who says now is the time for every American who loves our country to step back from the division, renounce all violence, and unite in prayer for President Trump and his family. So that's the latest of where we are at this moment, with our team, of course, blanketing every source, every angle, trying to find out more information. The second that we get it, Lester, we will bring it to you.
Hallie Jackson, thank you. Here we are on the weekend before the Republican National Convention. If you were just joining us at the top of the hour, Lester Holt in New York. We are following the events in Pennsylvania, where former President Trump, appearing at a rally, suffered what appears to be a wound to his ear after pops were heard, multiple pops, according to witnesses, believed to be potentially gunshots. The former president, taken from the stage, surrounded by Secret Service, ultimately put into his armored vehicle and whisked away from the scene. You heard my colleague say that rally site is now a crime scene as the Secret Service now takes over in the investigation. There's certainly many details we've not been able to confirm or fill out at this point. We don't know the status of the shooter and or shooters. We don't know if other people were shot in this attack, but there you see the shot. I think that people will see a lot of the former president looking defiantly and triumphantly, even as he's led away with that bloodied face. We want to show you there is video of the incident. We're going to take a moment here and watch. Here it is.
That chart's a couple of months old, and if you want to really see something that's said, take a look at what happened.
Move to the spare. Hold. When you're ready. On you. Ready. Move. Up. Move. Go. Up. Hawkeye's here. Hawkeye's here. Move to the spare. Spare, get ready. Spare, get ready. You ready? Are we good? Shooter's down. Are we good to move? We're clear. Let's move. Let's move. We're clear. Come on. Let me get my shoes. Got you, sir. I got you, sir.
Let me get my shoes, sir.
Hold that in your head. It's bloody.
So we got to move to the bus. Let me get my shoes.
Okay, my shoes down.
Watch out.
The former president obviously dazed by what had transpired. You hear him say, "Let me get my shoes," as Secret Service surrounds him. Typically, Secret Service protectees are protected by layers of teams. You see the folks usually in the dark uniforms there with the assault weapons. It's part of a counter-assault team that typically is certainly on presidential security. I can't tell you for sure if we would see it in this case, a former president, but nonetheless, you see these teams begin to surround Mr. Trump, and then somebody says clear. We don't know if they're referring to the threat. If the threat was neutralized, that's obviously the next worry, is to make sure that there is no further threat to the protectee, in this case, former President Trump or anyone in the crowd. I want to bring in Jim Kavanaugh right now. He's a retired ATF special agent. Jim, please feel free to correct me, but what do we know about the layers of security and how they went into play here?
Yeah, I think your analysis is right, spot on here, Lester. They do have layered security. A lot of it is provided also by local law enforcement. You can see their SWAT teams are there assisting. And the former president has a permanent detail, of course, of Secret Service agents that protect him, a detail leader, a special agent in charge. They're all very close to him. You can see when he was hit, his face is actually turned to the right, and he grabs his right ear. Now, you can hear some small popping noises, and you can also see the crowd react to the noise. So, you know, I think I would probably rule out some sort of a slingshot. I think it is some sort of a weapon. Now, it could be a small caliber handgun that grazed his ear. That's a possibility there that's open. It also could be something like a simunition. And that's a round that we use in training, that police use in training. It will bust your skin. It will hurt you. It fires from a regular firearm. You know, sometimes people use similar type. There's various types, but sometimes they use them in paintball activities. So it could be a firearm, and that could be a small caliber weapon that just grazed him, because it looks like the shot came from the right, and he was actually facing the right. He had his head turned toward the right, so it doesn't appear the shot came from the bleachers above, which is a small group of supporters there, and it might have came more from his right, and there's multiple shots. So, you know, clearly, I mean, we'd look at this and say someone trying to shoot the former president in the head, misses mostly if he fired, you know, a few rounds, because you can hear some popping, but might have grazed him with one. Now, what kind of projectile it was, if it was, like I say, if it was an actual firearm, I'd be thinking it's a small caliber weapon. The reports are not real loud that I can tell, although we'll probably get better audio. It doesn't sound like any kind of a rifle or anything. And he's dazed by it, Lester, and you made that observation a minute ago. He is dazed by it. So when he's hit by the projectile, he sees his head's facing right. I think you should note he's looking to the right, and there's the pops. You can hear two pops, and he grabs his ear. So it's a small caliber handgun if it's an actual firearm, or it could be a simunition that still breaks the skin, still causes an injury there.
And Jim, you and I have both been to events on this scale, and certainly I've been to presidential events on this scale, and you look around at the security challenge there. Everybody, of course, carries a smartphone right now, and, you know, they have to make a quick judgment. Is that a phone or is that a weapon?
Right.
A lot of movement, a lot of dynamic action going on at these sorts of events. I can't imagine it getting much more challenging from a security standpoint.
Yes, you're exactly right. You know, I served on many of these Secret Service details as an ATF agent over all my 33 years, and we were always called in on those details, especially the campaign years, to work close to the candidates. To, you know, some of the agents traveled extensively with them to supplement Secret Service. So other agents, and back then ATF was in Treasury with Secret Service, so we were always called upon to help them. But watch what happens once the former president is struck. They swarm him, they completely get around him, so another shot is hard to get him. That's what they're trying to do. When they yell clear, I would think they're yelling clear to the armored vehicle. They can go to the armored vehicle. That's what they want to do. And I would think that's the clear notice they're giving each other. Clear path to the armored vehicle. because that's what he wanted to do, is get him in and get him away.
Again, this is the weekend for the Republican National Convention. It is also the weekend that we were expecting we might hear former President Trump's announcement of a running mate. I want to go to Kristen Welker right now. Kristen, we have been watching these members of the so-called short list of potential nominees. Are we hearing from any of them? And if so, what are they saying?
Lester, we're hearing from all of them, and I should preface this by saying this is one of those rare and extraordinary moments that brings people together across the political aisle. So let me read you some of what we are hearing from the potential VP nominees, and then also some of the other reaction that we are getting from the political world. Senator Marco Rubio putting out on X, praying for President Trump and all those attending the rally in Pennsylvania today. Senator Vance posting, "Everyone join me in praying for our President Trump and everyone at the rally. I hope everyone is okay." Doug Burgum writing, "Please join Catherine and me, his wife, in praying for President Trump, his family, and everyone attending the rally." Carrie Lake also tweeting out her words of support. And then Senator Bernie Sanders, independent senator, posting, "Political violence is absolutely unacceptable. I wish Donald Trump and everyone else who may have been hurt a speedy recovery." Pausing on that last moment and that last thought, Lester, there has obviously been, and this has occurred against the backdrop of growing concerns about the political rhetoric in this country, concerns certainly as we head into this summer season in which both parties will be holding their conventions, the Republican convention getting underway on Monday. And Lester, everyone watching closely.
All right, Kristen, thanks very much. I'll ask you to stand by because we want to go back to Dasha Burns. She is in front of a camera now and has witnesses to this attempted violence. Dasha.
Lester, so we made it out of the venue area. We have all evacuated. Again, press, attendees, everyone who was there is now out of the area. We are currently in the parking lot. Again, there were thousands of people at this rally, as there are at many rallies. There are a lot of cars in this parking lot, all looking to leave. As we were getting ready to speak with you, we just ran into Joe and Donna, a mother-son, who say that they were right there. They were in the area where this happened. Donna, let me start with you. First of all, are you okay?
Yes, I'm shook. I'm definitely shook up, but I'm okay. Yeah, and Trump was talking, watching him. I heard pop, pop, pop. I thought it was like a cap gun. And my son's like, "God, get down." And next thing you know, everybody around us was down. And then once we got down, we was up at the top of our bleacher. The men were yelling to all the snipers and all the cops to come over because he had shot a man and a woman in our bleacher. We heard the one is very fatal. We don't know that for sure, but they were down. They went out on grenades.
So Joe, what exactly did you see? Because from our vantage point, we couldn't see what was going on. We didn't see any individuals. All we could do was listen for those sounds. But what did you see?
Again, I was watching the president, and you hear the gunshots go off. Remarks from up top said that the shooter actually climbed up the back of the bleacher. And after we got down, like my mom said, there was 2 people down. They were calling for medics. We did see the 2 people that were shot, and we saw them get carried out. Like, I don't know. The one didn't look like they were okay. I hope the other one's okay, and just may God watch over them tonight.
And Don, you said 2 people. Were these 2 people fellow attendees of the rally? And what kind of did you see them get shot directly, or did you just see the aftermath?
No, you just heard the noise. You heard the pop, pop, pop. Seen the aftermath, and neither of them looked good. They were both down. Nobody was talking. Nobody was moving.
What was going through your mind as you were witnessing all of this?
Are they still here? And am I going to get shot? That's what's going through my mind. He's holding my hand, and we were going to get up and try to get out of here. And some gentleman there said, "No, you stay down." So we stayed down, and then we finally heard everybody evacuate, and he grabbed my hand, and we got out of there.
And Joe, what was your state of mind coming into this rally today? What were you expecting, and what are you feeling now as we all experienced a day that none of us thought would come?
Well, I was excited. I mean, this is our second rally, and the first one, Trump is very energetic when he comes to these, and now I want to vote for him more than ever.
Why is that?
Just to send a message to these people. They can't stop us.
won't stop us. That's right.
Don, how are you feeling? I mean, you're here with your son. Of course, you want to protect your baby, and you don't want them or yourself to be in any danger. What were those mama instincts in that moment, and how are you feeling right now?
Exactly. My mama instincts were when he grabbed my hand, I knew my son was scared to death because he was holding my hand. He had held my hand since he was probably 5 or 6 years old. And so he held on to my hand, and you can imagine, my heart went into a million pieces. All I kept thinking was we got to be safe and get out of here. And I agree with Joe. Vote for Trump because this country got to get back in line. This is out of control.
How did you get out ultimately? How did you get here to safety?
That once they evacuated us, because right where we were sitting, we were able to just keep on going. We actually watched snipers and everybody over on the side for a few minutes, but we just got out of there. We were scared.
What did you see from your vantage point of the snipers? These were the people protecting the former president.
That's correct. And now they were over in the lawn. They just were watching every single person with their guns going by. I believe the one injured person was over there that they had. Wasn't he on the one on the ground?
Yeah, so before they evacuated, they carried the 2 injured people out. Then they yelled for us to get evacuated. At that point, all the Secret Service were up in our section with the guns, and they were all in the field. Because like I said, rumor was he climbed up the back of our bleacher, so.
Joe, Donna, thank you both so much. I'm so glad you are safe. I know this was not the day that you were expecting, and thank you so much for sharing your story with us. Don't go too far. I might have some follow-up questions for you. So, Lester, there you have it. Another firsthand account. They were right there. This was not the experience anyone was expecting, still trying to grapple with what just happened here, Lester.
Dasha Burns, thank you for that interview. Very revealing. We should point out it's unconfirmed what those witness accounts were of other people who might have been wounded. We're tracking all that down, and as soon as we have more on that, we'll certainly bring it to you. I want to bring in our investigative correspondent, Tom Winter. He joins us on the phone with some new reporting on the events tonight. Tom?
Lester, incorporating the work of myself and my colleague Jonathan Dean, 2 senior U.S. law enforcement officials tell NBC News that there is a growing concern that this was a serious, or may have been a serious attempt on the life of former President Donald Trump. Based on the facts of the investigation as they're developing them, again to repeat, 2 senior law enforcement officials tell NBC News that there is a growing concern that this may have been a serious attempt on the life of former President Trump. Lester, I can tell you, as you can well imagine, there is a lot of conflicting information right now as this investigation gets sorted out, what occurred on the ground, who heard what from where, and obviously we're proceeding with extreme caution as to what we're hearing and who may or may not have been involved. But there is definitely a concern that this may have been a serious attempt on former President Trump's life. And why that might be important, some people might say that that would be obvious. You know, different things can happen at these events. You don't know the sequence of events and how it happens. So the fact that there may have been serious intent here, and by somebody that might have been capable of doing this, is why we believe this is newsworthy. So that's the latest that we have right now. It's preliminary information from the scene, from people that have been briefed on what the investigation holds. And so we're going to continue to do our reporting and obviously get right back on with you as we get more information.
Yeah, Tom, stay with me very quickly. I just want to point out we saw some shots of police tape now being put around the area, the stands where former President Trump was apparently shot there earlier. That is now a crime scene. So what you're seeing is, in fact, a crime scene. The Secret Service likely to lead that investigation. But Tom, we've all talked about it. We've seen examples of it, political violence. This is something that law enforcement has been bracing itself for in this campaign season, is it not?
Without a doubt, Lester, I've lost track of the amount of times you and I have talked about it privately in the offices. We've reported on it. The FBI director, in an interview with you directly, said that he was concerned about this type of thing, Lester. And so I think everybody's been concerned about the potential issues, the potential things that could come up during the course of this election, given how divided the country is, given the level of threats And so that's something that people are acutely focused on, for sure.
All right, Tom, thanks very much. I'll let you get back to your reporting and working out more details as this story develops here tonight. Let's bring in Evie Pomporis, a former Secret Service agent, joining me on the telephone right now. Can you give us a sense from what you have seen, give us your professional eye of what appears to transpire here?
Yes, so what we're seeing is him attending a rally, speaking at the rally, and then we hear the shots. That it almost sounds like these soft popping sounds. So we hear these multiple shots. We see him put his hand to his ear, and then you see the agents that come in. Those agents that come in are the shift. It's his detail team. For them to come in like that, that means this is a serious threat. Something serious happened. We're also seeing the tactical team, and we're looking at the live shot. The shot of the tactical team. That's the element that comes in. When you see the tactical team, their job is to look for the threat. So you have two entities here. The agents in suits, they're the shift. Shift comes in, immediately comes on top of the president, and they are there to surround him and to make sure that the shots hit them. The tactical element that we see come in after, their job is to move out, and we see them facing out toward the crowd, and they are to look for the threat. Clearly, we see the agents that get around him. They shield him, and then they move in this unison to shield him body-wise so that nothing strikes him. They move him slowly down the stairs and make their way to the armored vehicles. That's what we're looking at. Now, Lester, if we're looking at how did this happen, again, this is all alleged, nothing's been confirmed, but if we're looking at what's going on here, what went, and it's soon to say, but how does such a thing happen? When you have rallies like this, ideally, you're supposed to have magnetometers. So that's going to be the first thing they're going to look at. Were there magnetometers, right? How did this weapon get in? Sometimes when it's a former president, you may not have all the elements that a sitting president would have, right? All the tactical capabilities. So it's going to be, how did that weapon get in? Were there magnetometers? Were people checked for weapons? And then from that point, where was that person positioned? Right? How were they able to get in and get that angle of a shot?
Well, as we look at these pictures, again, as you described, the former president being rushed into that vehicle to be taken away from the scene, I keep thinking about what's happening in the crowd. Unfortunately, the cameras aren't pointing on the crowd, but given the number of pops or potential shots we heard, it seems a lot of people were at risk. You've covered these events, no doubt, as have I. A lot of people wanting to get close to their candidate. That's part of what happens in a campaign. How does the Secret Service draw the balance there as to create, a fortress of security at the same time, allowing people to do what people should be doing at rallies like this?
So let's go to your first point, where there's people there. When you do these events, and I've done these events, it's called a site advance. When you secure an event like this, you're the site agent. So you have two goals, two missions. I am to protect the President of the United States, right? However, the other goal or mission is the people at this event. So yes, they're targeting, or let's say assuming, right, that again, we don't have confirmation. But when someone is targeting the president, right, if they're going to shoot, yes, he's an issue, but also the people in the area are an issue, right? Where are all these rounds going? So when we hear these sounds, these small, these echoes of what appear to be shots, it wasn't one shot. There were multiple shots, and every round, Lester, has to go somewhere. It lands somewhere. Where are they going? So you've got all these people. So you are responsible not just for the safety of the U.S. president, but you are responsible for the people there. The president, think of him as he's a target, right? Wherever he moves, danger goes with him just because of what he attracts as a sitting U.S. president or a former president or a candidate. So when you put them in a place like this, you also have to think strategically, what about all the people there? Now, you'll see the barricades that are set up. You see the stage that's set up. What you may not see in that shot is you will have ingress and egress elements. That means you want multiple ways in and multiple ways out. So you want movement for the president. You also want to create an alternate movement for him if he can't get out the primary way. So we've got typically at least two ways in, two ways out. And those vehicles that are staged there, they are positioned there specifically to evacuate him. Because also you're in an open area here, right?
Right.
So you don't have that concealment to cover. You have, whenever you do an open area like this, massive line of sight issues, meaning you can get the threat from so many different ways, so many different areas. And just one thing to touch on too, typically after an event like this, it's typically the FBI who comes in to do the investigation of what happened, right? So it's the Secret Service element is the element that does a protection, and the FBI typically is who's going to come in to investigate what and how did this happen.
Abby, let me ask you this. In terms of what kind of intelligence law enforcement has or is given before an event, we're in prime time campaign season. These candidates are out there doing sometimes multiple stops in a day, big crowds lined up. How much does local law enforcement know about potential threats? Maybe somebody in the crowd who has written a nasty email or a letter or that sort of thing.
They do. When you go out, a part of the advance team, when you go out, you work with the local police department. So here he's going to his location, right? He's going to a town, to a city, wherever he's going. You work from the beginning. You have many meetings with the local police department. The president, former president's coming in. He's going to do a rally, and we share intel. The U.S. Secret Service shares their intel. This is what we're hearing from our side. The local police department, typically because they know what's going on in their community, they're also going to have their ears to the ground. They're going to have intelligence and information. And then we have these meetings. The Secret Service will have these meetings before an event where everybody comes together and everybody shares. I'm hearing this. You're hearing this. What do we need to do? What elements do we need to put in place? So if you're hearing there's a lot of protesters, you're hearing talk that people are going to show up and cause problems, that is all communicated so that you can figure out what you need. And also you can figure out what assets to put into the crowd to blend in. You're seeing the Secret Service suits, you're seeing the tactical team, you'll see uniforms for police department, but they also have an element there that is the unseen. We don't call them undercovers, but there's those agents in law enforcement who will circulate in the area and play in clothes and kind of lend their ear out and hear what's going on.
All right, Evie, you have been a tremendous help helping us understand the mechanics of security in a situation like this. Hopefully we can rely on you again to talk a bit later, but thank you so much. We continue to look at the video, the shocking video, frankly, from Pennsylvania, where earlier this evening, early evening here on the East Coast, someone apparently took shots at the former President Trump. As we heard two senior law enforcement officials saying, there is a growing concern that there may have been a serious attempt on the life of former President Trump. Apparently his wounds are survivable. He's apparently doing okay, but we saw him clutching his ear, a bloodied ear, as he was led from the scene. People heard multiple pops in the crowd. We are continuing to track information we can about any potential other victims in this, people who might have been in that crowd. This was a rally unlike pretty much like so many we have seen throughout this election season. People joyous, people excited about seeing the candidate, hearing what he had to say. Nobody signed up for this, however. I want to go to NBC's Dasha Burns, just outside that Trump rally north of Pittsburgh. Dasha, you were there as the crowds were trying to get out. As you watch the video, of course, your eyes are focused on former President Trump and his reaction, but you're also seeing people in the crowd who seem unaware, don't quite realize what's happening. I suppose that's not unusual. As you were able to exit the grounds, were people beginning to fill in some of the blanks of what they saw and heard?
Yeah, Lester, absolutely. There was a lot of confusion initially. You don't expect something like this to happen going in. There's so much security protocol when you come to a Trump rally. And as we were first hearing those sounds, so many people that I've talked to, myself included, our team here, thought it might have been fireworks. We weren't sure what was going on. Now, as everyone has taken a bit of a breath and is trying to absorb what happened, we now understand that that's not necessarily the case. We are coming to you live right now from the parking lot for this venue. Trump rallies attract thousands and thousands of supporters. There are thousands of cars here. And Lester, we are running into people who have evacuated the rally, are looking for their vehicles and trying to process what just happened. That's how I ran into Aaron here. Aaron was in the front row there near the former president. Aaron, first of all, are you okay? How are you feeling?
I'm okay. I was in the first row. I was directly in front of Trump, my seat. I was looking him in the eye. We heard the pops, maybe 3 minutes into the rally, 3 to 4 minutes. I heard 4 pops, pop, pop, pop. The 4 Secret Service immediately jumped on the stage, and we saw him push President Trump to the ground. Then the gentlemen that have the guns came up to start clear right, clear left. They said, get him up. So they lifted him up, and Trump said, I got to get my shoes on first.
Did his shoes come off?
His shoes must have, we couldn't see it underneath that, but his shoes must have come off when they dropped him down to the ground. First thing he said, we could all hear it, I have to get my shoes on first. And when he stood up, I'm looking at him forward, I see the red teardrop right here of blood, fresh red blood, just a little tear. Then when they got him up and they turned him, I could see the blood from the top of the ear to the bottom. Wasn't gushing, but it was covered. And then he put the fist bump up, stay strong, and they walked him off.
Aaron, what was going through your mind? What did you think when you first heard those sounds?
I thought what you just said. I thought it was fireworks, 4th of July. It's been pop, pop, pop. That's what it sounded like. Now, the gentleman behind me, I was one seat, he was to the right of me. He could see the sharpshooter behind Trump. He said the sharpshooter shot to the left. He killed the gentleman in the water tower here. Now, when I called my husband at home, who's watching TV, he said, I thought Trump hurt his ear when he went to the ground. But he said, no, on TV they showed before Trump hit the ground, the ear was bleeding. So that sharpshooter went across, Trump turned his head, his ear must have been nipped, and it killed somebody in the stands over to the left.
Could you see anyone injured besides the blood on the former president?
All I saw was the gentleman from Beaver County who spoke earlier in the day, who was running for the State House Representative, Elmore, I know his name. He had a white shirt on, and I saw him come from that left stands where the people were mostly shot. I think there was several. They said 3 medevacs left here. Blood was down the right side of his, he wasn't shot, but you could see that he was next to somebody who must have been bleeding profusely, because he either helped them and ran, rubbed against them or tried to get them help or something. It was covered. So I knew that he was near somebody. That was my first indication that somebody was actually shot when I saw his blood on his shirt.
Aaron, when did you realize that, hey, this might not be fireworks, this might be something else?
When they got Trump down on the ground. And then we were just so concerned that he wasn't hit because we couldn't. It happened so fast. It's really hard to process it. I guess if you have it on your camera to see the exact minute, you can tell. But when he got up, he did not look bad at all. He didn't. He looked very strong. So then I saw that little bit when I saw that blood. I thought, oh, he must have just hurt himself, hopefully. But it does appear that he was probably nicked by that bullet. That
Aaron
turned his head just in the nick of time, but just.
And Aaron, you were so near to all of this yourself. You were right there. How did you personally feel about your own safety? Were you scared? What was that experience?
I was totally not scared for my own. None of us in that front row went down to the ground. Not a one. We wanted to only help the president. That's all we wanted to do. Either we could protect him, we could stand around him. I didn't see one person in the row hit the ground. Not one. I was shocking. No one was concerned about us. We were only concerned about him.
Now, you're somewhere safe. You're out of there. As you're starting to process this, I know we'll all be processing this over the coming days and weeks. How are you feeling now in this moment?
Well, what I've heard coming out here is now they feel that there was 2 shooters on both sides. So they got the one on the tower on this side, but the one on the right side they never got. So that's why they wanted us to leave immediately, because they thought there's still a shooter out there somewhere. So there could be in these woods around Butler.
Aaron, I've covered many Trump rallies. I don't know how many you've been to.
My 6th. This is yours. I was here. I was the 4th car in the parking lot this morning at 20 to 7. So I've worked all day.
You've been here all day.
I knew you were NBC.
We're here. Look, the atmosphere coming into a Trump rally, the supporters, very jovial, very celebratory. Typically, people are selling merchandise, food. What were you coming in with today, and what are you leaving with tonight?
Well, I was here 4 years ago when he was in Butler. You know, it was like 58,000 people. I tell people it was the most magical night of my life. When he came on that helicopter and circled 2 times, he had 4 rallies that night. It was just an unbelievable night. And I was anticipating to be another unbelievable night, but not this way. And it's just very sad. I mean, all these people that came to see him and to have him hurt, I can't even describe it, you know. I just feel sad. I feel sad for our country. I feel sad for everybody, you know. I mean, you don't like the guy, don't vote for him. Don't kill him. We love the guy. We're going to vote for him, you know. I mean, what is up with this violence? I mean, it's just terrible. I mean, I just wish that people that, I mean, I'm glad that guy's no longer with us anymore in that tower. And I hope they get the other one too. And I hope they don't nick him. I hope they get him and he's down.
Erin, thank you so much. I'm so glad. No, I'm so glad you're safe. I know it's a lot to process today. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you. Absolutely.
A lot of people knew that
right.
shoes must have fallen off.
The shoes and new detail. And Lester, of course, this is an eyewitness account. We don't have those details confirmed. This is what Erin witnessed from her vantage point. We will wait for law enforcement to give us those details. But again, this is a developing situation. And right now, Erin and so many others just trying to make their way home, as there are thousands of people who were in this parking lot. Quite a bit of a traffic jam at this point as people are trying to make their way out. And of course, Lester, makes sense of what it is that they just witnessed.
Yeah, Dasha, thank you for your continued great reporting there as we get these accounts, and it bears reiterating. Look, folks, there are things that we're hearing, things we're learning. We will tell them to you when we can confirm them. Obviously, the witnesses have been describing potentially other victims in this, and we continue to work that angle very aggressively. As we know more, we'll tell you about this. The same in terms of what we will hopefully be able to learn about who was behind this attack. As soon as we can tell you something we can verify, we will go right to that. Our senior White House correspondent, Kelly O'Donnell, joins us now. Kelly, talk to me about reaction from the Biden administration, obviously watching this with great concern tonight.
Well, Lester, there are important steps that the administration takes at this point. The current president has been briefed by the director of the Secret Service, Kimberly Cheadle, and of course, her agents were with former President Trump, are getting direct information from the scene to the president. In addition, the president has been talking with his Secretary of Homeland Security and his Homeland Security advisor inside the White House. That, of course, is Alejandro Mayorkas, the secretary at the cabinet level, and Liz Sherwood Randall, who advises the president on potential homeland threats inside the United States. In this moment, it is not candidate and candidate. This is the sitting president having to deal with the law enforcement piece, the national security implications, and sort of the mindset of the nation when an event like this happens. So the president is getting those threads of information coming into him. He is in Delaware right now. The vice president has also received an initial briefing. And certainly we are also hearing from others who have had their own experience and still do with the Secret Service. Former President George W. Bush putting out a statement saying that he and Laura Bush are grateful to the Secret Service that they were able to get former President Trump to safety, and they're concerned, of course, about what this incident was about, and they thank first responders for their swift action. So all the apparatus of the federal government shifts to deal with something like this. The Secret Service is involved in the investigation. They are also, of course, involved in the day-to-day protection of the former president. I have been told, based on my reporting, that the level of protection that he would receive as a former president, which has been his existence these last 3.5 years, heading into the convention in Milwaukee, he would be getting a larger detail as the presumptive candidate going forward. So expecting already plans in the works for him to have a more robust set of agents and procedures around him. They're also, of course, waiting to envelop the new running mate to be named at some point, and that person would also have Secret Service protection when former President Trump announces his pick. What happened today rattles the very core of the Secret Service. They do train for this. They are dealing with this potential threat at every event all the time. Here at the White House, where I am right now, no visible sign of any enhanced security. They are focused on certainly the events surrounding the former president at that location. It would also include state and local authorities who would be on the ground participating in the investigation, which would typically be led by the FBI. So as far as any contact from the president, he's got a team of senior advisors around him who are able to give him direct information from the Secret Service as well as the Department of Justice, law enforcement, and importantly, those Homeland Security advisors, both at the cabinet level and inside the White House, who may have more of a picture about potential threats or concerns that our colleague Tom Winter was talking about. That's where we are at this point from the White House, Lester.
Kelly O'Donnell, thank you very much. Excuse me. The good news is, again, we saw the former president leaving, getting into the car, pretty much under his own power, certainly supported and escorted to safety. But he looks like he will be okay. And once again, flashing that triumphant fist that is characteristic of many of his campaigns. For those of you just tuning in, we want to play for you the moment when Secret Service agents rushed former President Trump off the stage. We want to caution you that we don't know exactly who said what's captioned on the screen or why they said it, because it was such a chaotic moment, but here it is.
Are we good? Shooters down! Shooters down! Are we good to move? We're clear! We're clear! Let's move! We're clear!
And again, that moment of chaos, you hear the screams in the crowd as people are beginning to learn that something is amiss there. Our investigative correspondent Tom Winter is with us on the phone. He continues to get reaction and national security details. What can you tell us now?
Lester, while I'm on the phone with you, one of my colleagues is on the phone with the local district attorney in that county who tells NBC News that the alleged shooter, the person they believe responsible for this event, is in fact deceased. So again, to repeat, the local district attorney in the area where the Trump rally is telling one of our colleagues right now that in fact the alleged shooter, the person they believe to be responsible for this, is deceased. We do not yet have a name or identity of that individual. We don't know their background, where they may have come from, any sort of personal motivations. That's information we're still trying to gather. But that's the headline. The second component of this, 3 senior U.S. law enforcement officials tell myself and colleague Jonathan Dienst that there appear to have been, or they're looking into whether or not several other individuals were shot that were in the crowd. Those are not individuals suspected to be involved in this. Those were either rally goers or bystanders, but they're looking into whether at least 2 other individuals were shot as well. So that's the latest update that would seem to indicate to us a couple of things. One, they believe they know who did this. They believe they know where they were, potentially what they were using, and they can now start to do a lot of detailed investigative work. We don't know, although there is no indication at this time, that any other individual was involved, but obviously it's very early and very preliminary on that front, and a lot more work will presumably need to be done.
Yeah, let me just follow up on that. I think you may have answered the question, but we did hear from one witness a bit earlier who seemed to believe that there were 2 individuals involved. You're saying that the local DA is saying 1 shooter is deceased. So the belief is that it is a single shooter?
The belief at this time is that that's the case, because what they said was that the person they believe is responsible is deceased. So they did not indicate that there were any other individuals. But that's, again, Lester, as you well know, we're less than 2 hours into this, and so there's a lot of information, a lot of things that are fluid on the ground. And just because this individual may or may not have been assisted by others at this rally, did they have any sort of help in any other way? Those are big questions that will be answered in the next couple of minutes or hours. Typically, based on past events, as you know, this is usually just 1 individual that's involved. But of course, investigators have to keep their minds open. And as reporters who are relying on that information, the investigation that is going on in our own homework, we're keeping our minds open too.
And Tom, you and your team certainly have a huge depth of experience in these kind of breaking news matters, especially when they involve issues like what we're seeing play out here. Is it likely this thing is going to unfold very quickly, that they will work backwards from the moment of the shooting and have a pretty good idea of what they're dealing with?
So let's take, for law enforcement, worst case scenario with respect to the investigation. If this individual had no identity on him, no sort of background. The FBI would be able to instant fingerprint him at the scene. They would be able to get information, and either that way they'd look into facial recognition to see if they could identify him in any sort of government database. From there, you might know where the individual lives, any relatives. They will comb through every inch and ounce of his social media. They will have the ability to go to social media companies and ask for an emergency warrant, and they will most certainly be granted to get access to those communications, cell phone communications, text communications.
Tom?
All of that will be part of the instant investigation.
I apologize to ask you a question, then I have to interrupt you, but we are getting some confirmation. The Butler County DA is now telling us that one spectator has died in this incident. One has been apparently wounded and is in critical condition, and the shooter, as Tom has been reporting, is dead. So to repeat that news, and this comes via the Butler County DA, one spectator at this Trump rally is dead. Another is in critical condition, and the shooter, what we believe right now at this hour, the lone shooter, is also dead. And as our colleague Tom Winter was reporting, they will work very quickly and work backwards, and will likely know a lot about this individual in a short amount of time. You see former President Trump trying to acknowledge the crowd while being obviously stunned and being led to the safety of an armored vehicle, but it appears that he is okay, suffering what we've all been able to see, some sort of a graze-type wound to his ear. We hear him, asking for his shoes. He is led away. He continues to turn toward the crowd to offer a sense of assurance that he is okay. He is now clear of that scene as people continue to leave, all of them telling stories of hearing these pops. Some of them, one woman we had on was able to describe the shooter. Now that we've got that confirmed, her account certainly jibes with what we're getting now from the officials in Butler County, Pennsylvania, and that is the crowd here trying to rally their spirits. And certainly, this was several minutes apparently into the former president's rally there in Pennsylvania when this occurred. Multiple what sounded like shots, pops, but we presume there were gunshots fired in his direction as he was looking to the right, and a little unclear. He grabs his ear. And then you can see this team of Secret Service agents can quickly swarm him, confirm that he is clear, out of danger, the risk nullified, and then he is escorted to his vehicle and to safety. That area you're looking at right now is a crime scene. We've seen subsequent pictures where you see the police crime tape, and they will treat it as any other crime scene and try to get the details of this. We don't know what this means in terms of the exact injury that former President Trump received, what treatment he may be receiving, what this will do to his ability to campaign. We certainly, of course, expect to see him in this coming week as the Republican National Convention is about to begin on Monday in Milwaukee. So RNC officials certainly trying to figure that out. But right now, the greatest concern is from that angle is the health of the former president. And of course, thoughts also turning now to the one spectator who was killed in this, another spectator who was in critical condition from a wound sustained during all this. NBC's Dasha Burns is just outside that Trump rally north of Pittsburgh. She has been giving us plenty of updates here. Dasha, as you've heard, we've now been able to confirm that at least one spectator has been killed in this, and the shooter himself is dead.
Lester, just for those who are joining us in this moment, just a reminder that our team, we were in the press pen when this happened. We were in front of a camera, just getting off camera as the former president started to speak. Just a few minutes into his speech, this transpired. We ran for cover as we were trying to figure out what exactly had happened, initially thinking it was fireworks, then realizing it could be something more serious. And now, of course, we know deadly. I am in the parking lot right now, just outside of this venue. This is where press and general attendees have had their cars parked. This is where we evacuated to when we were told to leave the site. That is now occurring. crime scene, and I've been running into witnesses here as people have been trying to find their cars, trying to make their way out. And that is where I ran into a man named Joseph, and I want to introduce him to you now. And as we just learned, Joseph, you weren't listening to the program here, but Lester Holt, NBC News, just reporting that one of the attendees has deceased, has died from injuries as a result of the shooting. Joseph, you told me off camera that you may have witnessed this, and I'm so sorry to be talking to you in this tragic moment, but can you describe what it is that you saw?
I was attending the rally. I was in the set of bleachers, the very far left of the podium where President Trump was speaking. I was there with friends. I heard several gunshots. The man beside me suffered a gunshot wound to the head, was instantly killed, fell to the bottom of the bleachers. Another woman looked like she got hit in the forearm or hand. And then at that point in time, it was rather chaotic at that point because half the people were looking because they thought it was fireworks. I knew it was gunshots right away. My friend, he hit the deck. I was kind of looking around just trying to see where the shots were coming from. It seemed to me like the shots were coming from behind the bleachers. It seemed to me the man got hit in the head from behind. He was killed instantly as far as I could tell. And at that point, state police and a SWAT team, started evacuating the bleachers, and then I helped carry the man out of the bleachers to a tent that was behind the bleachers.
You helped carry the man yourself. What was his condition when you were carrying him?
He's deceased. He died.
How close were you to him?
A couple yards. It wasn't very far.
Did you know the man?
No, it's a complete stranger. They put a towel over his head and then carried him off.
And you said there was another woman nearby who was also injured. Where was she in relation to him?
I believe she was in the bleachers, either behind, above me, or just to the side of him. But it seemed like she was kind of up my flank, and then she flinched, and it looked like she had taken a gunshot wound to the forearm and hand.
Joseph, from where I was standing, we heard multiple gunshots, 8 to 11 shots. We've been hearing it replayed on the video here. Do you remember, can you tell, I know it was a chaotic scene, but at what point, was it immediately when you heard the gunshots that he was shot, or was it later on into the firing?
The first 7, he was hit and she was hit within the first 7 shots. I counted 7 shots.
What was going through your mind? You were right there. I know it happened so quickly, but what can you tell us about those moments?
First, I was in shock because I know what gunshots sound like, so I knew they were gunshots. I couldn't tell from where they were coming from. And when I noticed someone got hit, then I noticed, it seemed like they were coming from behind me. And it just was pandemonium. And then I heard some more shots, and I couldn't quite tell where they were coming from. But I counted the first 7. They were very loud and very close. And it killed one man and wounded another woman.
And Joseph, you told me that you're a doctor, you're an OBGYN. How did that background play into how quickly you were sort of able to assess the situation and know what happened to these individuals and know what was going on?
Well, I told the police, I tried to render assistance. I told the police I could render assistance. They had another physician on the EMT team, so they kind of took over. So they weren't really need me, so I kind of helped carry them down initially out of the bleachers. There wasn't, the man that got hit, there was no assistance that needed to be given. And unfortunately, his family witnessed the whole thing. It seemed like he had several family members in the bleacher with him. And they were quite upset. They didn't know, they were in shock. They didn't quite know what was going on. But the man was definitely killed instantaneously.
Could you tell sort of how many family members or people who knew him were with him, and what was their reaction?
I thought there was 5 people. 2 of them were relatively hysterical. But they were, when we took the man out of the bleachers, he went to the tent. There was an aid tent or some type of tent behind the bleachers where they took the body, and they immediately evacuated the family with them. And 2 out of the 5, it seemed like, in shock, hysterical. They were still trying to process what was going on.
Joseph, from where I was standing, we heard the shots. We saw the president go down.
Yeah, I saw President Trump get hit.
What can you tell us? What details you remember?
It seemed like his head was off to the side, and it seemed like he got nicked in the ear.
Was that before the Secret Service took him down to the ground, covered him?
Right before the Secret Service. It was maybe, again, it's hard to tell, time dilates when, it seemed like it was a second or 2. That first 7 shots that went off, the man got hit. He was killed almost instantly. the woman in the bleachers, she got injured, like she got hit in the forearm and the hand. And then in those rounds that were fired, again, I was videoing the event, so that's when I saw Trump get hit. And it seemed to me like he was looking to the side and the round grazed his ear. So.
Could you tell the gentleman that was hit in the head what angle he was in relation to the former president, like which direction the bullets were coming from and to?
So it looked like he was facing the president at the very far left portion of the bleachers, so he's directly facing it. Again, it seemed to me like the shots were coming from the rear, like behind us. And for me, it seemed like the man was in the way. Like, you know, I guess...
In the way of the former president?
No, it seemed like the man was in the way of the shots between whoever was shooting the gun and the president. The man was hit. It seemed like he was in the crossfire.
And I know...
That's what it seemed.
And I know you're in shock and still processing all of this. It's sort of hard to evaluate our own emotions in this moment, but you just experienced something horrific.
Yes.
What can you tell us about your state of mind right now?
Yeah, you know, I've had opportunities to go to these rallies before. It's the first one I ever went to. I had, time off to go do it. I was kind of excited to go, but it's. Everyone, it's something you don't expect. It comes out of the blue. It's like a bolt out of the blue, and it's shocking. The way politics goes in this country, it just seems like it's really polarized. Everyone's just very angry. I'm honestly shocked this didn't happen earlier. I was commenting to my friend who went to the event with me. I was like, the back behind the bleachers, it's really open. It seems like a really open venue, and it just, I got this sense that, if someone really wanted to do something, and again, I was openly talking to her, and I was like, if something was bad was going to be happening, this is the perfect venue to have. I just said this like an hour before it happened. I was like, this would be the perfect place to do it. And, surprisingly enough, it happened.
A devastatingly prescient observation from you. Let me ask you one more question, because from where I was, there was confusion, then Trump stood up and there were some cheers, and then people sort of remained, those that weren't in sort of the immediate zone where you were, people were still sort of cheering, talking, trying to figure out what was going on. How quickly did you know that whether or not there was still a dangerous situation? It seemed like people sort of started to try to move on very quickly, not sure what had happened, right? So how soon did you know whether or not it was even safe? Did you want to get out of there? What did you witness in sort of the immediate aftermath once the shots stopped?
Well, it seemed after the shots went off, everyone thought it was a prank. Everyone, I think, got a sense, like when I looked out into the crowd, I think the initial reaction, everyone thought it was a prank. I knew better it was a gunshot because I just saw a guy get hit. And it did.
For those of us that didn't see, some people started laughing, some people were confused. It wasn't immediately clear to the crowd that didn't witness what you witnessed, that this was, in fact, a dangerous and deadly situation.
Oh, it was a dangerous and deadly situation. The problem is it's a large crowd. And when the gunshots went off, I think they were, again, my sense was they were being shot from behind, so they sounded a bit muffled. So it sounded more like a firecracker going off. So I think the initial reaction from the people around me were like, okay, well, someone brought fireworks. I just knew better. I know what gunshots sound like. And, when I saw the guy took a gunshot wound to the head, and I saw the woman who got hit in the forearm and the hand, I just knew that it wasn't fireworks. I mean, it wasn't fireworks initially, but I think the majority of the crowd didn't understand that it was gunfire. And I think people took it really seriously when the SWAT team started jumping over the rails. So I don't know what to tell you outside of that.
Joseph, I know this. I can't imagine what it takes to describe what you just witnessed in these moments, right in the aftermath. So we thank you so much for sharing.
I'm happy to.
Lester?
Dasha, thank you for that account. I mean, no one should have to, fear for their life going to a political rally, something that is uniquely American. But these people have experienced the horror of someone opening fire on the crowd and a former president who was, of course, the headliner at this rally tonight. As we've been reporting, one spectator is dead, another is in critical condition. The shooter, this all according to the Butler County DA, the shooter is also deceased. Our senior White House correspondent Kelly O'Donnell joins us again. Kelly, you have a new statement from President Biden.
That's correct, Lester. This is from President Biden, who is in Rehoboth, and he talks about this incident. He begins by saying, I've been briefed on the shooting at Donald Trump's rally in Pennsylvania. I'm grateful to hear that he's safe and doing well. I'm praying for him and his family and for all those who were at the rally as we await further information. Jill and I are grateful to the Secret Service for getting him to safety. There's no place for this kind of violence in America. We must unite as one nation to condemn it. The words of Joe Biden after learning about this incident involving his predecessor and his current rival in the political environment of this 2024 campaign. The president has been briefed by top officials. He has been talking with Homeland Security officials, and he is at his home in Rehoboth, Delaware, where he has a full complement of the things needed for the office, where he can get the income streams of all the relevant information. This first statement coming from President Biden, I would not be at all surprised if we don't hear more from him tonight as new developments take place. Lester?
All right, Kelly, thank you for that. Terry Schultz is with the Butler County, Pennsylvania District Attorney's Office and was at the rally. She is still there and joins me on the phone. Terry, first of all, if you can just walk us through what you saw, where you were in this crowd.
You know what? We didn't have VIP seats. We were a few rows back, enough that we could, see the former president, and then we were all standing there watching the jumbotrons they had put him on. And the next thing we did was we hear 3 shots. I see kind of his head, the former president's head, go sideways. You can see kind of like, blood. And at that point, I wasn't looking at anything. I was with some friends. They were like, you need to get down, everybody get down. The people around me, there were some young people crying. And to be honest with you, at the time this happened, I wasn't even sure they were gunshots. But then we heard like 3 or 4 shots, and then we heard shots kind of returned. A friend of mine videotaped that, and we just watched that, and that's what we saw and what we heard.
From your vantage point, were you able to see where the shots were coming from? Was it obvious?
It was not, but you could hear them, and as soon as you heard the shots, your head turned towards the left. We have a route that runs outside the Butler Farm Show, Route 68, and it sounded like the shots were coming from out there near the field to the left-hand side of where we were. So it certainly was scary.
We look at the videotape, and it appears some people didn't quite realize what was happening at the moment. Were you one of them who was not quite sure what you were witnessing?
It's a couple of months old, and if you want to really see something,
absolutely. And again, until I was with some friends, and my girlfriend is like, you have to get down. People around us were pulling us down and saying, you have to get down. So I can tell you that it was chaos at the time.
Have you been to one of these rallies before?
I have not. It was my first time at a rally, and I was certainly excited, to go to one. We had so many people there. But I can tell you the chaos that this created. Everyone was scared. You see the former president and what's happening, and and then when I ascertained what had happened from my Pennsylvania State Police friends, it was very scary. But it was my understanding that they got the shooter. But that really doesn't make a difference, because it was just scary. Yeah,
that's our understanding is the shooter is deceased, and again, one of the spectators as well, and one critically hurt, a spectator, and the former president is going to be okay. But you bring up a point I think we will all be talking about, and that is, of course, we don't know what the motivation was for this, but it certainly comes at a time that we are all keenly aware of the deep divisions and the risk of political violence. Is it something you even thought about as you set out to attend this rally tonight?
be honest with you, no, not at all. I guess I know that there's political unrest in the country, but in no way did I think that this would happen. And what concerns me more is it's not only political, but, you know, there are innocent people here. And look what happened. And it should just never happen in our country. It really should not.
Your point is certainly well taken. I know you're with the DA's office there. Do you have any special insight into how the investigation is proceeding?
Well, I know that I'm seeing a lot of news trucks around here. I know that there were tons of Secret Service here. And again, I guess for me, I just question how it, you know, somebody got through security, or where this person was in a field that somebody wasn't looking after them. And I guess that's just me and from my perspective of what I do.
Yeah. All right, Terry, thank you very much. As we continue to look at some of the pictures of the aftermath, we've shown you some of the still photos as well of people crouched down for safety, not sure at that moment where the threat was coming from. I want to tell you, we are hearing that we will hear from the president. We read his statement a few minutes ago. We will hear from President Biden at some point this evening. We don't have a firm time on that, but we'll keep you honest and let you know when we know more about that. In the meantime, let me bring in our senior Washington correspondent, Hallie Jackson. Hallie, you know, we're all shocked and certainly saddened over the loss of life here and the injuries, and we're certainly grateful that the former president is okay. But this is going to be a very tough conversation in the weeks coming forward, one we've had on different levels before. Share your thoughts, if you would.
Yeah, and none of it, of course, taking away, Lester, from, as you described, the urgency and frankly, the devastation of this moment, given what we have now learned about what has happened at this rally in Butler, Pennsylvania. I can tell you that our team here at NBC News is out to a myriad of campaign sources close to former President Trump. And obviously, the latest that we've heard, and you've been reporting this, is that he is okay. He is, in the words of a spokesperson, fine and being looked at. We are seeking more information. I can also tell you that based on a message to staff obtained by our colleagues here at NBC, Alan Smith and Matt Dixon, a top campaign official is telling staff members that everything is okay, that we have no details to share at this time, but saying they'll follow up soon with more information. They are directing staff members to not speak with members of the media. They want what they describe as a total lockdown here. They add that your personal safety is of the utmost importance here, to pray, remain vigilant, and be strong. That is the messaging now, according to NBC News, that Trump campaign staff members are getting from the top, as there is just, it is always, of course, it is chaotic in the moments after something like this happens. And it's also, I think, another reason to be extraordinarily careful in what and how we report what we know has occurred here in what is just a historic day here in the United States, Lester.
Yeah, and then, of course, Hallie, we are here on the weekend before the Republican National Convention. Obviously, you know, there will be some changes. We don't know what is in effect, but we're hitting primetime campaign season now.
Yeah, we sure are, right? And this is a moment where everybody begins to pay attention, especially considering the start of the convention. I mean, think about it, Lester, not looking at the time here just after 8 o'clock Eastern, not maybe 3+ hours ago. You know, the biggest story that I think most campaign reporters were chasing was who Donald Trump picked to be his running mate. That was sort of much of the attention here on this rally in Butler, Pennsylvania. The conversation has clearly and necessarily changed very dramatically since then. I think one of the questions moving forward is going to be the movements of former President Trump. How long is he going to remain at the medical facility where he's at now? Where will he head after that? Does he still plan to be at the Republican National Convention starting on Monday? Obviously, that kicks off in Milwaukee with the expectation that at some point between now and of course, next week, he would announce his vice presidential pick. That is obviously taking a back seat to the immediate question of his own health and safety, as he is the presumptive Republican nominee here. And we are going to try to get some answers to those questions just as soon as we can, Lester.
All right, Hallie, we'll ask you to stand by. Thanks. Let me bring in Kristen Welker, moderator of Meet the Press. She's in Washington. Kristen, you're learning a little more from the Biden campaign, their immediate reaction to this.
Lester, we are, and our Monica Alba, who covers the Biden campaign, has this reporting that according to a campaign official, the Biden campaign is pausing all outbound communications and working to pull down our television ads as quickly as possible. And Lester, this underscores part of the conversation we were having earlier, which is that this is a moment that brings the country together in shock, in condemnation for this political violence. We are hearing from all quarters of the political universe, including some of those who have been quite critical of former President Trump. Liz Cheney, for example, saying the reports of the shooting in Pennsylvania are horrifying. Violence of any kind has no place in American politics. We are grateful for the reaction of the Secret Service and other law enforcement and pray for the former president and all those injured. Similar messages from former President George W. Bush, House Speaker Mike Johnson, and on, Lester. And it does come on the eve of the Republican National Convention. Former President Trump, his campaign apparatus, Republicans all over the country poised to go to Milwaukee to officially nominate former President Trump as their party's nominee. And as Hallie was just saying, we anticipated and we were working on trying to determine who the former president would pick to serve as his vice presidential nominee. And now, of course, the focus has shifted to this horrifying topic of political violence and what this country needs to do to prevent something like this from happening again, Lester.
All right, Kristen Welker. Kristen, thanks very much. Let me reset here for our viewers just joining us on this Saturday evening. We are on the air with breaking news. There has been a shooting at Donald Trump's Pennsylvania rally this evening. The former president has been injured. How he was injured is not clear at this time. I want to pause here. We're going to roll the video of what happened just shortly after 6 p.m. here in the East while Mr. Trump was speaking. Here it is.
A bit old, that chart. That chart's a couple of months old, and if you want to really see something that's said, take a look at what happened.
Move to spare. Hold. When you're ready. On you. Ready. Move. Up. Move. Go. Up. Hawkeye's here. Hawkeye's here. Move to the spare. Spare, get ready. Spare, get ready. You ready? Down. Shooters down. Are we good? Shooters down. Shooters down. Are we good to move? Shooters down. We're good to move. We're clear. We're clear. Let's move. We're clear. Let me get my shoes. Let me get my shoes. I got you, sir. I got you, sir. Let me get my shoes, sir. Hold that in your head. It's bloody. Sir, we got to move to the bus. Move to the bus. Let me get my shoes. Okay, my shoes down. Get the shoe. Watch out. Wait.
I want to bring in now Evie Pouris, a former Secret Service agent. We thank you for joining us again. We hear at one point, I didn't hear this in the earlier recordings, we hear at one point one of the tactical clothed individuals say the shooter is down. As you watch that unfold, I take it they were not prepared to move him until they knew where the threat was.
Yes, you can hear that clear line of communication, and the communication is very clear and succinct. Can we move? Are we clear? You hear shooters down, and you hear, are we clear to move? Clear to move. So you're hearing them speak to one another. And radio communication is one of the most important things. Actually, when it comes to comms, you always want to say less. You can hear them using very simple words, 3, 4 words. They just want to keep those airwaves clear so that the most important, vital communication can pass. So they're making sure they hunker down. You see them surround him. He goes down to the ground. They all surround him. Again, when you're an agent, you're supposed to be a human shield. And in that moment, that is what they become. They become human shield. Your job in that moment is to protect your protectee, whoever that protectee is. So they all encompass him. And the other thing you do, you are designed to actually make yourself as big as possible to make sure that any potential rounds or shots that come, you don't want them to miss you and hit your protectee. So as they're hunkered down, They're locking him down. And if you look at the shot, actually, there's a shot where you can see the front of the stage, and around it, you'll see that design, that almost like a smaller, like a design barrier. It's got the flag around it. That typically, and I can't say whether it is or is not in this case, but in some scenarios, when you work as a side agent, you will pick a barricade that's actually something strong and sturdy. It could be concrete or steel. Usually it's some type of steel, and that is used for that when something does happen, unfortunately, like we're seeing here, they can actually get down to the ground so that they have some type of cover.
Evie, thanks. Really important information we're learning from you. I want to let folks know we believe, moments away from hearing President Biden. He is going to stand at that podium, and we believe this is in Delaware. Somebody can confirm for me. But he will address the nation about these events tonight in Florida. The shooting that apparently wounded former President Trump, who is said to be okay. It killed a spectator, wounded another who's in critical condition. The shooter, who has not been identified, we know nothing about that person's background or what might have motivated him. That shooter is said to be deceased as well. This story has been rolling out, and here is the president.
Thoroughly briefed by all the agencies in the federal government as to the situation, based on what we know now. I have tried to get a hold of Donald. He's with his doctors. Apparently he's doing well. I plan on talking to them shortly, I hope, when I get back to the telephone. Look, there's no place in America for this kind of violence. It's sick. It's sick. It's one of the reasons why we have to unite this country. We cannot allow for this to be happening. We cannot be like this. We cannot condone this. And I want to thank the Secret Service and all the agencies, including the state agencies, that have engaged in making sure that the people and we have more detail to come relative to other people maybe injured in the audience. I don't have all that detail. We'll make that available to you. I may be able to come back a little later tonight, but we'll put out a statement if I'm not able to if it's not convenient for you all. But the bottom line is that the Trump rally was a rally that he should have been able to be conducted peacefully without any problem. But the idea that there's political violence or violence in America like this is just unheard of. It's just not appropriate. And everybody must condemn it. Everybody. I'll keep you informed, and if I am able to speak to Donald, I'll let you know that as well. But so far, it appears he's doing well, number one. Number two, that they're thoroughly investigating what happened to anyone else in the audience. We have some reports, but not final reports. And every agency in the federal government, I'm going back to my phone to speak with the federal agencies that are being put together again to give me an updated briefing. Has anything happened? They learned any more in the last couple hours. So thank you very much, and I hope I get to speak to them tonight, and I'll get back to you if I do, okay?
Mr. President, do you think there was an assassination attempt?
I don't know enough to, I have an opinion, but I don't have any facts. So I want to make sure we have all the facts before I make any more comments. Thank you.
Are you worried, President, was the security failing
the president stopping short of calling this an assassination attempt, but just noting that he plans to talk to Donald Trump and that his understanding is the former president is doing well. President Biden speaking out against the scourge of political violence, saying there's no room for this. And as we had reported a few moments ago, the Biden campaign moving to take down its advertising, a pause in its political advertising in the wake of this. We know that the president couldn't confirm, but we have confirmed that at least 2 spectators were shot, 1 killed, another who was in critical condition, and again, the shooter, who we don't know a lot about right now, is also deceased. Let me go back to Kristen Welker in our Washington, D.C. bureau. The White House getting out in front of this very quickly, Kristen.
Lester, they sure are, and President Biden condemning this in the strongest terms possible, which is what you would anticipated. He has long condemned political violence. He said this is unheard of. Everybody must condemn it. He did say he had tried to speak with the former president, whom he referred to as Donald. He also noted, Lester, that he is receiving thorough, robust briefings from his national security team, from his federal agencies, and that will undoubtedly continue throughout the night. The White House will undoubtedly need to keep the public informed throughout the night. It comes, as you point out, as they have pulled down and are working to pull down all of their ads, as the Trump campaign is in a media blackout. And it speaks to, Lester, the seriousness of this moment, the gravity of this moment, the fact that, quite frankly, something has just shifted in our American politics, in our country. This act of political violence, which, as the president said, cannot and will not be tolerated. And it does come as everyone is preparing to go to Milwaukee for the Republican National Convention, another event that will be met with heavy security. The perimeter there will be quite strong, quite large. Getting into the actual area where the convention is taking place will undoubtedly require going through magnetiles, making sure that no one is armed going into that event. But again, Lester, this just underscores, I think, that something fundamental has really shifted in our American politics today.
Yeah, it's certainly, the threat has been talked about, but to see it play out on this scale is certainly horrifying. Kristen, thank you for that. We'll go back to you in a bit. Let's bring in our senior Washington correspondent, Hallie Jackson. You have a statement from Donald Trump Jr., the former president's son.
Yeah, via a spokesperson to our colleague Peter Nicholas, that listen, you heard President Biden say he tried to reach former President Trump on the phone. We know that the former president's son has spoken with him in a statement saying they just talked on the phone, with Donald Trump Jr. saying that his dad is in great spirits, that he will never stop fighting to save America, no matter what in Donald Trump Jr.'s words, no matter what the radical left throws at him. So what we can glean from this, a couple of things, that former President Trump is, as his campaign says, fine. He is well enough to speak. He is well enough to be on the phone, at least with his immediate family members, at least with his son, Donald Trump Jr. We know that he is receiving medical treatment at a local facility with this rally happening, of course, in Butler, Pennsylvania. And we know that there has been a slew of reaction, as Kristen, as you, as others have talked about from both sides of the aisle here, strongly condemning political violence after this very difficult day in American politics. Lester, we'll keep you updated as we get more.
All right, Hallie, thank you. Kip Tom, former U.S. ambassador to the UN, was just a few yards from the former president when the shots rang out. Thank you for joining us, sir. Can you tell us what you saw?
Well, I was just with the president a few moments earlier before he came on stage, and everything seemed like a normal day. But when he walked down that red carpet and walked up to the podium, and after he spoke for about 10 minutes, I was sitting in the front row at the end of the runway, but all of a sudden these shots broke out. And I think there was people that actually thought it was possibly fireworks, but I seen the gun smoke, and obviously there was a person about 15 foot behind me that was hit. I think severely wounded at the least. But nonetheless, the crowd stayed pretty calm for the most part. And but, you know, it sounded like there was 6, 7 shots to start with, and then it seemed like there was a little pause, and then we heard a different caliber gun fired, which I assume is probably the Secret Service. But then I thought I heard another couple of rounds come off, but it felt like it was behind me, but it could have been the echo.
Did you hear did President Trump say anything?
No, he was just giving the typical rally speech that he typically does everywhere, you know, and trying to encourage voters to get out and vote, and talking about his plan for America.
But as the shots rang out, did you hear? Did he cry out? Did someone tell him to get down, or was that instinctive?
Yeah, we heard that. We heard everybody say, get down, but I think he was already going down. That's when everybody thought at first maybe he had been hit more severely than he was. I mean, it's already severe. And let's face it, it hit his ear. It could have been a little bit closer. It could have been disastrous. But when he went down to the ground, then he got up, he put his fist up in the air, or his hand up in the air. So we knew he was okay.
There are presumably, at least it appears to be a lot of people in that crowd. By now, you have heard that one spectator was killed and others critically wounded. Has it settled in of how close a brush everybody in that arena or setting came tonight?
Yeah, you know, there's a lot. It was interesting listening to the people as they departed the scene, and you know what was going through my mind, and of course being a little older than many of those that were there, but I was recalling the Kennedy assassinations and some of the other attempts that were made during my lifetime, and I was recalling those and thinking about those, and then moving forward to where we're at today, and we still have a problem with this. So it's shocking, but most people are pretty upset. There's no question about it.
Understandably. Ambassador, thank you so much for taking the time being with us. We're glad you and yours are safe after this tonight. Retired ATF Special Agent Jim Cavanaugh is with me. By now, as you know, we've been reporting that the shooter in this case is deceased, presumably shot by law enforcement. I think the next question will be, is this a lone operator, the proverbial lone wolf, or is this part of some kind of conspiracy? Those are two different things. How will they begin to get, at least put the dots together?
Yeah, well, let's start with the deceased shooter, Lester, and identify him, and then, you know, sweep his personal devices, phone, computer, etc., for, you know, associates, Confederates, and start interviewing around the circle around him. You've dug out a lot from the reporters and the witnesses since we last talked, and you know, it appears that maybe the shooter. It seemed like to me, watching the video closely, that the first shot or two is where the President Trump reacts.
Hey, Jim, let me just stop you for a second. I just received a new piece of information that I want to get your thoughts on. We're now, from a confirmed source, that the shooter was actually firing from outside the perimeter. That changes a lot in terms of the security posture at these things, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does, but what's surprising to me is that a shooter could get in an elevated position at any kind of a Secret Service event, because the first thing that the service does is they get all the elevated positions, and they put their you know, sniper teams up there and lookouts with binoculars and rifles. So, you know, it does seem from the witnesses that this was a distant shot now, that the reason the shot wasn't as loud, it was further off in the distance. And it looked like, watching the video, Lester, closely, that when the president turned his head to the right, the first shot or second shot, the first pop or two, is when he grabs his right ear. And then he, on his own volition, goes down, squats down. No, he doesn't fall down, he just squats down. But you can see at that same moment that the spectators behind him are also hunching down as a normal reaction to gunfire. And then there's more rounds right after that. There's maybe another 5 rounds. And Dasha Burns had a witness that she just interviewed, and he talked about, he counted 7 rounds. And that was close. I don't know can't tell the exact number. I have to listen to that audio very, very closely. But I mean, that sort of jives with what the witness said. So it looks like we had an assassin with a rifle outside the security perimeter. That's why you had mentioned earlier, you know, magnetometers. Well, if you never breach the security perimeter, nobody checks you. And the first shot or second might have been the one intended to kill the former president, but it grazed his right ear.
Yeah, Jim, let me bring back, if I can, Evie Pomporis, a former Secret Service agent again. Evie, thank you for staying with us. I'd like to get your reaction to the fact this person was firing from outside the perimeter. That raises a lot of questions about how these areas are secured.
That's one of the most difficult things when you do outdoor sites. So when we spoke before, when you look at it this way, when you're in a closed environment, even if it's an arena, at least you're in a closed environment. I only have to worry about what's on the inside. When you do open rallies like this, right? You're outside. You have to worry about line of sight issues. Line of sight is a massive problem. Why is it a problem? Because somebody can be out in the distance and really engage your target from a long range. And there are weapons out there that allow you to do this. So even though, let's say you hunker this whole area down, you've got the magnetometers, you've got the tactical element, everything's locked and tight. How do you secure that outer perimeter? How far do you go? And can you cover everything? That's a problem. These are probably of all the types of advances you can do, these are probably the least favorite among Secret Service agents because you have the inability. And even if somebody is in an elevated position or not, how do you secure all those elevated positions when you have weapons with the capabilities that are able to shoot long distances? This is what you are up against.
Yeah, and you point about weapons that can shoot long distances. We tend to think of those as long guns, things that stand out certainly in a crowd, whether you're, no matter what side of the fence you're on. The fact that this person is at some distance was able to strike the former president, does that suggest some ability beyond the average gun user?
Well, that would be interesting to see, right? Because it's hard to speculate at this point. How far was that person? One of the things that lead me to think that this person was at a distance, when we hear the gunshot, it sounds very faint, very soft, right? It sounds like an echo. That's why so many people mistook it for fireworks. That's why a lot of people weren't sure it was a gunshot. So when you hear the shot like that, it does lead us to believe that it was at a distance. And that's why there's the confusion. I do want to say this, which is really interesting as I watch this. When you do security for these events, one of the greatest concerns are the people inside and stampede issues. And what I have to acknowledge is all these folks held steady and fast. We don't see people really losing it. We don't see people stampeding out because it's not just the danger of the attacker, of what's going to happen. The danger a lot of times can come from within. So I really have to comment on everybody's ability to stay put, to not panic, and to allow the Secret Service, and also look at where that motorcade is. That vehicle where they exit him out, there's people all around, and you see everybody hold their position and allow the security team to evacuate.
Yeah, Abby, thank you for that. I should note several years ago, working on a story for the Today Show, I went to the Secret Service training facility outside of Washington, and they put me through a simulation in which I was the protectee, waving to a crowd when shots ring out, and the swiftness of these agents moving around me, getting me in the car and driving off was stunning, even though I knew it was going to come. So the training is obviously something they do. They prepare for these kind of moments. I'm sure there'll be a lot of soul searching about what happened in this case, but impressive group of folks who put their lives on the line for these protectees on a daily basis. Evie, we'll get back to you in a few moments. I want to go back to NBC's Dasha Burns. She's outside that Trump rally. She was there when the shots rang out. We're obviously grateful. You and the rest of our team are fine, the other journalists, but we do recognize 2 spectators were hurt, 1 killed, another in critical condition. Dasha, you have had some pretty heart-wrenching interviews today. People saw a lot of things you can't unsee.
Yeah, Lester, that's absolutely right. People who came to a Trump rally, some of them for the first time, looking forward to seeing the former president. There was music playing, people selling merchandise, people eating food, people reuniting with friends here, not expecting anything like this. Let me just set the scene for you right now. We are in the parking lot outside of the venue. Sirkin, our cameraman, is going to show you. People are kind of in a traffic jam right now. This was a one-way in, one-way out kind of road situation. This is Butler County. It's a pretty rural county. Not a lot of big highways, not a lot of big roads. So people have been, I mean, this is now hours later, and many people still waiting to get out and still waiting and processing everything that they've experienced. I want to introduce you to Tracy, who is stuck in this traffic jam right now. Tracy and Tyler, they're high school friends. They were right there. And Tracy, we've been hearing some of these stories. Can you just walk us through what you saw?
Absolutely. President Trump was up there, you know, and then within 5 minutes, we're hearing pop, 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 pop. And then everybody's on the ground. Everybody's on the floor. And it was just like, what? And we were on the ground level. We were 4 rows back from the stage. And, are you coming?
We'll just follow along with you. They're moving in the car here, so we'll just
from the stage, and the people in the bleachers behind us, somebody got popped. Somebody got killed. Somebody died. Somebody got shot. Like this close to where we were. Those bullets, I pray to God for these people's families. Oh my God. But the How is this happening in our country today? And why? Why is it happening? Why?
And Tracy, you were telling me earlier, you and Tyler, you know this county, you know this area. Did you ever think something like this would happen here?
Never. Absolutely never. This shows you how much hate and hostility is in our world today. This is not a good thing. We need to all come together as a human race, We need to help each other out.
Can you describe this area, this county, this place that you and Tyler grew up?
Tyler?
Rural.
Rural. Cows, chickens. This is farmland. This is farmland here.
Butler, that's the county seat, but most of the county's private farmland. So it's people are pretty easygoing.
And Tracy, we talked about, often Trump rallies, people are coming to celebrate, to see the former president. They're coming in with a pretty excited attitude. Can you walk me through what you came in with and what you're coming out with?
I came in with hope and excitement. If you have you ever been to a Trump rally?
Oh, we cover them all the time.
Well, how does it make you feel?
How does it make you feel? How are you feeling?
It makes me feel absolutely great and wonderful. In my heart, I feel that this man really wants to help our country because I really feel that. I honest to God, I do, because this country for so long seems to be going down a path that it really shouldn't be doing.
So, you came in to hear the former president speak, someone you're a fan of, and what is your state of mind now?
Not good. There's too much hate. This is too much. We can't do this as a country. We can't do this. We need to come together as a country, and God willing, we will. I don't know if you're allowed to put that stuff on, but listen, man, my kid is a fourth-year seminarian, and he prays for this country every day. My child. My kid.
Thank you so much. I'm so glad you and Tyler are safe. Drive safe. We hope you get home soon. Thank you. I appreciate you.
Thanks, guys.
Lester, they've got a ways to go still. There's a lot of cars piling up here. There are a few different places that people are trying to exit at this point. A bit of a free-for-all, but people have been kind and generous to one another. People letting cars in that are trying to come in. And again, just reeling from what they witnessed. Some people very much firsthand, very much very, very close to the tragedy that we're describing from sort of the law enforcement point of view, the high level point of view. But at the end of the day, Lester, the people who were here on the ground, particularly those who were close to that violence, it's something they are never going to forget, and it's now associated, of course, with politics, with the state of our democracy for so many of the people that we've been talking to, Lester.
All right, Dasha, thanks. We'll continue to go to you as you get those riveting accounts from folks. NBC News campaign embed joining us on the phone now. She is in Butler, Pennsylvania, near the hospital where there is heavy law enforcement presence. NBC News has not confirmed that the former president is at that hospital, but it's 15 minutes away from where the rally took place. Jillian Franco's there. What are you seeing?
Lester, that's right. I'm across the street from Butler Memorial Hospital. And as you mentioned, we do not yet have confirmation that this is where former President Donald Trump was taken. But there's a heavy law enforcement presence here. Media was across the street. We're shortly getting moved. The hospital is set up on a hillside, and there's law enforcement at the top of the hill looking down. There's also law enforcement at the top of the roof of the hospital itself. When I arrived, there was a helicopter circling the building, heavy police presence here, Lester. When I pulled up, I asked the officer how they were doing. He said they're hanging in there. Obviously, a terrifying scene here in Butler tonight. Lester?
Yeah, so the access road is cut off to this area?
It is. We are not allowed to go up there. The police vehicles have moved, but we're not allowed to go up the hill to the hospital itself. And media was staged across the street. They're actually sending us further away from the hospital itself momentarily. But yeah, it was completely blocked off when I arrived here and still a heavy police presence.
All right, Jillian, thanks very much. Again, we haven't had a, correct me if I'm wrong from the control room, but I don't think we've had a complete description of the wound suffered by the former president. We have all seen, the blood coming out from near his ear, his right ear. Somebody described as a teardrop of blood, of fresh blood. It appears he might have been grazed by the bullet, but again, we haven't received a complete medical terminology description of the wound, but it does appear that he was certainly hit during all of this. He's largely under his own power, certainly being escorted down to the armored vehicle, but again, seems to be doing okay. In fact, we heard from President Biden a while ago, who said that he appears to be okay. We should note that President Biden says he will be trying to call former President Trump at some point here in the not too distant future. And there are the signal of triumph from former President Trump as he was put into that armored car and taken to, we believe, quite possibly the hospital we were just showing you a moment ago. Our investigative correspondent Tom Winter is with us. He continues to dig out fresh details. What more can you tell us, Tom?
Lester, a couple of these things coming from official statements from law enforcement, or for 3 to 4 law enforcement officials, to myself and our colleague Jonathan Dienst. We know that the FBI is now on scene and is assisting the United States Secret Service along with the U.S. Attorney's Office in their investigation into this shooting today at the Trump rally. You were just asking a question about whether we know whether or not the former president was shot directly, either grazed in the ear or in the cheek, or whether or not this was a ricochet. That's something that they're still trying to get a handle on, and whether or not a piece of glass was what may have struck him. But either way, he obviously, from the photographs, was struck in some fashion by something. The other information that we were being told, and I'm going to bring in the reporting of my colleague Kelly O'Donnell on this as well, is that this shooting happened outside the Secret Service perimeter. So for folks that have attended any sort of political rally involving either party, involving a presidential candidate or a former president, you'll notice if you go that you are wanded, or you have to go through a magnetometer, kind of like an airport-style security, if you will. That happens within the perimeter of the event. In leading up to the event, the U.S. Secret Service goes through the event site itself to make sure that there's nothing nefarious stored inside, that nobody's hiding out and waiting for a rally to begin. And they try to establish a perimeter that would allow them to be able to have a real control over the event. So what we're being told is that this shooting happened outside of that secure perimeter from a high point. Specifically where it is, I can't yet tell you. We're waiting to hear about that, but that's some of the information that we're waiting to get on. As far as what you're looking at on screen at the moments that this happened, this is standard protocol. You're looking at the heavy weapons teams that immediately went up on stage. Then you're looking at the Secret Service close protective detail of former President Trump, and this would be very similar at any event involving a former president, that they immediately surround him. Obviously, the Secret Service agents there are putting their lives into their hands if this individual was going to continue to fire. Speaking of the individual that law enforcement believes is deceased, that individual, the alleged shooter rather, is deceased, as I mentioned. That individual may have been shot by law enforcement. That appears to be coming into clarity at this time. We're still waiting on the specific details of that, whether or not that was a counter sniper team or somebody who was close to him. I suspect we'll get more details on that closely. As far as who did this and what their motivations are, there's some background information coming into view, Lester, but as you can imagine, there are a lot of names on social media at this hour. There are a lot of names that have been mentioned to us, and we're really trying to get a lot more clarity on that before we suggest a possible name of the individual who did this. But at this point, there appears to be no ongoing threat, and there's no indication that they're looking for anybody else. But this is now a full-blown federal criminal investigation, as you can imagine, and they will certainly try to determine whether this individual had any help. Not that we've received any indication of that, but that's obviously something that they will look into. And the type of rifle that could be used, as you would imagine, to fire from outside the perimeter to get close to that stage would be some sort of a high-powered rifle. The specific nature of that is, again, details that we're still waiting to get, Lester.
All right, Tom, thanks very much. Let me go to Kristen Welker now in our Washington, D.C. bureau, who has more. Kristen?
Well, Lester, just to reset for everyone, we are tracking the ongoing investigation that Tom was just talking about in the wake of former President Trump having been rushed off the stage after shots were fired at the Pennsylvania rally where he was speaking. To set the scene for everyone, the day started with the anticipation, the questions swirling about whether this might be the event where he announced his nominee for vice president. Obviously now the mood, the tone, the focus has shifted to this horrific act of political violence that unfolded at this Pennsylvania rally. President Biden did address the nation just a short time ago, saying this is unheard of. Everybody must condemn it. He said he had tried to speak with the former president, had not been able to, but is continuing those attempts. He's also getting briefed. I want to go to our senior White House correspondent, Kelly O'Donnell, who is following all of this along with us. Kelly, what's the latest there?
Well, from the Biden White House perspective, this is a moment for trying to get information to the president. He, of course, is in charge of the Department of Justice and the Secret Service that are, of course, the agencies that will be working on this. There is always a careful separation between the executive and the law enforcement capabilities. But that's why the Biden White House has a critical role to play to provide the resources at the federal level to investigate this. The president indicated that he also recognizes that state and local officials are very much involved at this right now. Part of what will be a question going forward is what is the immediate change, if any, to the political calendar that is scheduled for this week, with the Republican National Convention expected to be in Milwaukee with lots of important events. Obviously, a full assessment of what is the condition of the former president right now. We don't have confirmed reporting yet about the state of that. When he left this event site, as the video indicates, of course, he was taken and has the resources around him for medical care. President Biden has said he wishes to speak to Donald Trump tonight. That can happen whenever the two are able to connect. That is not necessarily a vital piece in terms of next steps, but it is the kind of gesture and important connection that actually does send a message right now that this is not about the politics of the moment and that there are bigger issues here, with the current president and several former presidents talking about no room for political violence. We're hearing that from many elected officials on Capitol Hill as well. And right now, we're in a period of a few different streams of information. What is the investigation producing? What is known about the shooter involved? The extent to which this was some kind of an organized attempt? Were there others involved? All of those questions need to be sorted out. Then there's the political fallout. There is typically a quieting period after an unexpected event. Normally in campaigns, that would be something far less graphic than this. It might be the death of a loved one in a campaign. It might be a car accident. We've seen all those iterations before, and there's typically a quieting period where both campaigns turn down the volume. Everyone catches their breath before the rigor of a campaign resumes again. So this is a critical evening to gather facts, to get a sense of the scope of this, for direct communication between President Biden as a person and former President Donald Trump as a person, and not so much as candidates or in their office and former office. That's part of what's playing out here. Now, the president indicated he would speak again or communicate again if there were further developments, and there are questions to be identified about what next steps there should be, and are all the resources there. Even a question about where does former President Trump go in the immediate hours ahead. He, of course, was on the road as a candidate in Pennsylvania. What is the immediate plan for his next steps? Presidents and former presidents have not only a lot of security around them, but often their homes have additional security as well. So finding a way to safely transport him, making certain of his medical situation, and then the necessary communication between the White House and the former president. Those are the things we're watching. Kristen?
Kelly O'Donnell at the White House for us. Kelly, thank you. And as you have been speaking, Kelly, we are watching these chilling, horrifying images of the former president rushed off the stage, bloodied, defiant, that traditional fist pump that Donald Trump is known for as he is whisked away to get medical care. Lester Holt is back with us. Lester.
Kristen Welker, thank you. NBC's Dasha Burns is just outside that Trump rally. She was there when the shots rang out, and she is now in a sea of traffic of people still trying to leave that area, many with some pretty horrific stories to tell. Dasha?
Yeah, Lester, that's exactly right. We've been talking to people who are stuck in this traffic jam and are processing what they just witnessed. I want you to hear now from, remind me your name, ma'am?
Vanessa Asher.
Vanessa Asher. Vanessa, you were very close to the former president when this happened. Can you describe to me where you were and what you saw?
We were 6 rows back, right in front of his podium, straight back. And he was talking about his chart on this side. And he was looking directly at his chart. And when he went over to this one, that's when he was grazed here. He was shot. And if he would not have looked at his other chart, it probably would have got him in the head.
So he turned his head just in the nick of time?
Yes, he did. In the nick of time.
And Lester, let me just explain to you, and I want to follow up with you more, Vanessa, but this is what we were talking about earlier. I'll send it back to you, Lester.
I apologize. Things are moving quickly here. We're apparently hearing from the former president himself. Hallie Jackson has it. Hallie?
It is a new post on his online platform, Truth Social, Lester, in which the former president says, and I will read this in full, because obviously this is the first time that we are now hearing from the former president himself since this incident at his rally in Butler. He says, I want to thank the United States Secret Service and all of law enforcement for their rapid response on the shooting that just took place in Butler, Pennsylvania. Most importantly, the former president continues, I want to extend my condolences to the family of the person at the rally who was killed, and also to the family of another person that was badly injured. He goes on to say, it is incredible that such an act can take place in our country. He also adds, nothing is known at this time about the shooter who is now dead. The former president says he was shot with a bullet that pierced the upper part of my right ear. You're looking at that online post now. So he is confirming, he says that he was shot with a bullet that pierced the upper part of his right ear. He says, I knew immediately that something was wrong and that I heard a whizzing sound, shots, and immediately felt the bullet ripping through the skin. Much bleeding took place, so I realized then what was happening. And he ends this post by saying, God bless America. So, Lester, some significant questions that are being answered now from the former president here as to what happened, as to how he's doing, as to his state of mind. And again, significant in that he is describing in rather vivid detail the moment when he says that bullet went through his ear. He heard the whizzing sound. You're seeing some of these images now, including some that are being circulated by his allies with the former president, his fist raised in the air. He said he felt the bullet ripping through the skin with a lot of bleeding taking place. What we don't know now is where the former president, is headed next. We understand that he is obviously getting treated at that local medical facility. We know from his son, and I will tell you from other sources that I've spoken with, that he appears to be in good spirits. That is what folks are being told, and that his son, who has spoken with him directly, says. And you see the former president able to, obviously in these videos, this images we've been showing, able to move, able to pump his fist, but you see the blood that he's talking about there on his right ear as the former president is describing what happened. Important to note here, he is also, of course, extending condolences to the person who was hurt, the person who was believed to be killed there, and thanking law enforcement for their incredibly fast response. And you saw the response, Lester, in one of these remarkable moments as it unfolded. In some quarters, in some places online, there was a live stream of this happening. Obviously, the cameras of every network in the country were on this, given that he is the presumptive Republican nominee, of course, before this happened. And you see the absolute chaos there in Butler that we've been describing from Dasha, from Jillian, from Jake and Bianca and our teams there as the rest of it unfolded there. So again, Lester, the first statement that we are getting from the former president himself, posted as Donald Trump is wont to do, posted on an online platform there on Truth Social as he's looking to get the message out immediately, as quickly as he can, it appears, to the American people, that he is he appears to be okay, that he's extending his condolences, and specifically what happened, as he says, that bullet hit his ear, Lester.
Yeah, incredible to look at how close that was to hitting a vital area of him. That first description from the former president himself, Hallie Jackson, thanks very much. Our senior White House correspondent Kelly O'Donnell joins us. Kelly, you have a new statement from President Biden.
Hold on.
Oh, I'm sorry. We're going to go to Garrett Hake right now. Garrett?
Lester, in reading that statement from Donald Trump, confirming that, in fact, he was shot in this incident in Butler tonight, I think about the times that I've discussed his safety with members of his campaign over the last year or so, and there has always been tension and awareness in the minds of Donald Trump's campaign staff, even at senior levels, of the risk that he takes every time he goes out. Campaign officials will tell you that he gets an enormous amount of threats, frankly, as many politicians do across the political spectrum, and that the campaign has worked across this very long period of time since he first announced more than a year ago that he would be running for president to balance, in some cases, his desire to hold these kind of mega rallies, these huge outdoor events, with his personal safety. They're very cautious about using what is known in the industry as OTR stops, the idea of him appearing at short notice in certain locations where folks cannot necessarily be screened in the same manner that they are by the Secret Service at events like this. And, you know, any presidential campaign thinks about the candidate's safety. It's a major part of the job. You work with the Secret Service for that reason. But this has been front and center in the minds of campaign staffers going back really since before the launch of this campaign. Obviously, an unusual campaign in the sense that here is someone who has never not had Secret Service protection from the moment he was first sworn in 2017 through this moment. And I think looking ahead now, and this is something that we're trying to report out, is what, if anything, is going to change about the Republican convention next week? Obviously, the former president was set to arrive there on Monday morning. He was expected to be in Milwaukee across those 4 days. These conventions, as many of our viewers know, are very much high security situations, downtowns locked down days in advance, very difficult to go in or out. What will change in the security, and what will change in the messaging of this convention? We've already seen some of Donald Trump's allies, perhaps most notably his son, Eric Trump, making use of that image on your screen right now, the fist pump from Donald Trump in the moments after we now know that he was shot, to say that this is the fighter America needs, in the words of Eric Trump and in the words of many of his allies, who are, I think, you know, setting aside the moment that we're in right now, and especially knowing from the former president's own lips now, or his own fingertips, I suppose, that he's going to be okay. This image of him as a fighter is so central to his political identity, so central to his campaign's strategy, and something that I'm sure will be incorporated into whatever we see of the convention next week. What changes might be taking place right now, Lester, very difficult to say. The campaign is on a complete lockdown, not talking to the press, really working through first what's going on with their candidate and what their next steps will be tomorrow and in the days ahead.
All right, we're looking at a motorcade leaving a nearby hospital that has been under heavy security here since all this happened. We have not received confirmation that former President Trump has been treated there, but we did just see it looked like a small motorcade leaving the area. So we'll continue to monitor that picture. Garrett, why have you here? Let's talk about what is likely on the minds of a lot of people. I mean, certainly we're looking at a case where there has been a loss of life. Another spectator has been seriously injured. But this comes as the country and Democrats are still wrestling with the issues over the President Biden's performance in the debate. And now this. I guess it'll take some days to play out as to whether we're looking at another reset and changing how people view this campaign.
I think that's right, Lester, and I think it would be a mistake to speculate on exactly what will go forward now. I can only say where it has come to now, and the campaigns that I've covered in the past, the level of intense focus and scrutiny on this presidential election here in early July is very unusual, especially for an election, I think, that a lot of people had kind of tuned out of. Essentially a battle of two incumbents, two people hugely unpopular outside of their own political bases. There was the questions about whether Joe Biden would continue in this race after that debate performance, a historically early debate, and now an intense focus on Donald Trump, on political violence. We know nothing yet about the shooter or his or her motivations. We know nothing yet about exactly why this event took place. But we know the political climate that we're in has been incredibly heated, going back for years. I cover Congress in my other role at this network, and the threat level in Congress has been a huge boost over the last several years by several factors over, more threats against members. So the political environment has changed in that sense, and the heat is turned up to a level that we're just not used to seeing in the summer, which is often the doldrums of a presidential campaign. The sweepstakes speculation is typically the kind of thing that folks in my business are talking about right now. News only for the most dialed in of the political viewers out there. Now, all of a sudden, we're talking about what appears to be, what is being investigated as, according to our reporting, as an attempt on the life of a nominee or soon-to-be nominee of the presidency of the United States. The phrase that we are in uncharted waters is completely worn out, Lester, but here we find it once again perhaps the most appropriate way to view our political dynamic.
It certainly says it in so many ways. Thank you, Garrett. Let's bring in our senior Washington correspondent, Hallie Jackson. You have received a statement from the Secret Service. What are they saying right now?
Yeah, a new statement now putting on the record officially, Lester, what our team has been able to report out from their sources over the course of the last 2 hours or so. I will read it in full here because it's important to note what the Secret Service is saying, that during the rally in Butler tonight at around 6:15 p.m., they say a suspected shooter fired multiple shots toward the stage from an elevated position outside of the rally venue. They say that Secret Service personnel neutralized the shooter, who is now deceased. The Secret Service quickly responded with protective measures, and the former president is safe and being evaluated. The Secret Service spokesperson goes on to say that one spectator was killed, two spectators were critically injured, so badly hurt. The incident is currently under investigation, and the Secret Service has formally notified the Federal Bureau of Investigation. And obviously the FBI and the Secret Service have plenty more work to do here on this front. But Lester, again, significant in that this is the official confirmation that, as we have been reporting here, the suspected shooter here is dead. Two people have been badly hurt. One person was killed here in a moment that is reverberating not just in the political world, but around the country, and I will tell you around the world, with international reaction coming in from world leaders. I want to also share with you some reaction coming in from the former president's daughter, Ivanka Trump, who is posting now in just the last couple of minutes that she is thanking people for their love and prayers for her father and for other victims of today's senseless violence in Butler, Pennsylvania. She says she's grateful to the Secret Service, to law enforcement officers. She continues to pray for our country, ending by saying, "I love you, Dad." Again, from Ivanka Trump, today and always, Lester.
All right, Hallie, thank you. For our viewers just joining us as we near the top of the hour, we're on the air with breaking news. We have been for several hours now following the events involving a shooting at Donald Trump's Pennsylvania rally this evening. The former president has been injured. He says he was shot, and he has just posted on Truth Social that he was hit with a bullet that pierced the upper part of his right ear. He says he felt it ripping through his skin. What I want to do here is pause for a moment, and we're going to roll the video of what happened just shortly after 6 p.m. here on the East Coast while Mr. Trump was speaking. Listen closely also to the sound of the gunshots and what's heard of the moments right after that until he is rushed into the car. Here it is.
A little bit old, that chart. That chart's a couple of months old, and if you want to really see something that said, take a look at what happened.
Move to the spare. Hold. When you're ready. On you. Ready. Move. Up. Move. Go. Up. Hawkeye's here. Hawkeye's here. Move to the spare. Spare, get ready. Spare, get ready. We ready? Down. Down. Are we good? Shooter's down. Are we good to move? We're clear. We're clear. Let's move. We're clear. Come on.
Let me get my shoes. Let me get my shoes.
I got you, sir. I got you, sir.
Let me get my shoes, sir.
Hold that in your head. It's bloody.
So we got to move to the bus. Move to the bus. Let me get my shoes.
Okay. Watch out.
Wait.
We wanted you to be able to see that really from start to finish to when he ends up here in the armored vehicle and is taken to, we believe, a nearby medical center. What we know right now, the Secret Service says Donald Trump is safe. NBC is reporting the gunman fired a weapon from a high point, an elevated position outside the perimeter of the rally, so outside the Secret Service security area. The shooter is dead. Also, a spectator who was attending the rally has been killed, 2 others injured. President Biden has been addressing has talked to the nation. He addressed the nation just a short time ago.
I have tried to get a hold of Donald. He's with his doctors. Apparently he's doing well. I plan on talking to him shortly, I hope, when I get back to the telephone. Look, there's no place in America for this kind of violence. It's sick. It's sick. It's one of the reasons why we have to unite this country. We cannot allow for this to be happening. We cannot be like this. We cannot condone this.
And the president saying he plans to call former President Trump. President Trump, we should note, has issued a statement extending his condolences to the loved ones of the rally goer who was killed and another who was injured. He also thanked law enforcement and first responders for their quick action. His campaign says he is fine and is being checked out at a local medical facility. His son, Don Jr., weighing in, saying his dad is in great spirits. Let's go right to Richard Goldinger, the Butler County, Pennsylvania DA, who joins me on the phone. Sir, thank you for talking to us. First of all, were you at the rally this evening?
Lester, no, I was not present at the rally today. No.
All right. Can you tell us what at least the early part of the investigation has shown in terms of what we know potentially about the shooter and his motive?
Well, I don't know anything about a motive. I can tell you basically what you've already stated. We have, a spectator dead, unfortunately. We have a second spectator injured and seriously. And the shooter obviously is dead also. So, yeah, that's where we are at this point.
The Secret Service, as we see, moved in quickly but methodically as they work to protect the former president. What interaction occurs before a rally like this between local officials such as yourself and the Secret Service?
Well, I can tell you that for the last week or so, when this was first announced, that they have been talking to the Pennsylvania State Police, our local municipal officers. We have a CERT team that was activated for this event, and there was a lot of coordination to provide safety for not only the former president, but everybody that attended this event. So there was a lot of preparation put into this, obviously in a short period of time, but these people are professionals, so they know what they're doing, and they put the proper steps into place to provide safety to everybody that was going to be there. Mr.
Goldinger, do you know, is this venue, is it a kind of a portable setup, or is it a setup that's there permanently?
No, it's a permanent setup. It's sort of like, it's called the farm show. but it's sort of like a fair. So it's a large, wide open area. There's actually an airport there also, a small airport. So, yeah, it wasn't anything that they had to come in and set things up as far as, well, we're going to have this event here. They had to set the bleachers up and everything like that. But,
yeah, and then I'm curious, are you familiar, we're now getting the reporting that the shooter fired from an elevated position. Can you, in your mind, picture what that position might have been? Or is there a nearby hill?
I absolutely can. Yes, I can. And so that would have been several hundred yards away, in my mind, from where President Trump would have been speaking. And again, off-site. So,
was it a hill or just a elevated area?
No, it's all fairly flat from what I can think. But obviously, if you get on a roof, you're elevated. So, and the showgrounds where they were at is all fairly flat.
Yeah. All right, Mr. Goldinger, thank you so much for coming on and speaking with us. We continue to watch these pictures again. We've played them, we know, over and over again, but I feel like you see something different. One of the things in my previous reporting with the Secret Service, you see that woman appears to be around the president. One of the things they are trained to do is to take their hands and then work it across the person's body and find out if there are other wounds that may have not revealed themselves yet. And they certainly do that once the protectee is put into the vehicle, again, to make sure that they can get an early read on any other traumatic injuries or wounds. So we continue to learn and see different things in this video, but certainly an example of professionalism, calm thinking, and training at work here as we watch these Secret Service agents move into this coordinated action, calling out vital information in short and terse statements. Shooter is down. Are we clear? And that sort of back and forth communication. It's fascinating to watch. NBC's Dasha Burns is still outside what was the Trump rally. She was there when the shots rang out. She and her crew, we're happy to say, are safe. But you've been talking to people who are in a traffic jam. I don't see vehicles behind you, so it looks like there's some progress, Dasha, in clearing this area.
Yeah, Lester, last time we talked, there were cars all up and down this road here trying to get out of this venue. There were thousands of cars parked all across these lawns here. Now that's cleared up, but we did speak to some of the people who have been making their way out, people who witnessed this absolute tragedy. And I want to introduce you to some folks who kindly pulled their vehicle over for us so that we could speak with them. This is Stacy and Vanessa. And as you said, Lester, the former president now posted on Truth Social describing how he was shot in his ear, grazed by a bullet in his right ear. Well, Vanessa was right there. You both were right in front of the former president when this happened. Can you describe what you witnessed?
Yes, we were 6 rows back, straight in front of him, and at his podium, we could see him really good. He was talking about his chart, and he moved his head to the right to explain where they're at in the chart. And then as he moved his head to look at the chart up on the screen, that's when he got grazed in the ear. If he had not moved his head at that nick of time, it could have been a lot worse.
So he moved his head just in the right moment to get an ear graze instead of something.
Yes, yes.
And Lester, let me just explain to you briefly, because we were on the press risers as the former president was starting his speech at the rally. He was only a few minutes in. What Vanessa is referring to when she's talking about those charts, he was talking about immigration and immigration under the Biden administration. He had screens on the left and the right of him, behind him, and he was pointing to one of those screens where he had a chart that was detailing immigration rates, and he turned to point to that chart, and that is when his ear was grazed, and you've seen this on the video. But to Vanessa's point, if he hadn't made that turn to show that chart, things could have been a lot different. Vanessa, where you were when you first heard those shots ring out, what went through your mind and what happened with you and the people around you?
At first, I didn't know if they were firecrackers. There were 6 pops. It just went pop, 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 pop. And then as I was staring straight ahead, I looked across and I didn't see anything, so I looked back at President Trump, and that's when he went down. And then
What ran through your mind?
That, you know, we are all in a situation that we could be very hurt. And they're telling us to all get down, stay down. And then a lot of things went through my mind. Where's my husband? What about the 3 people that we met today beside us? Who else could be injured? You know, why did this happen at President Trump's rally? I mean, a lot of things went through my head. Are we going to be out of here safe? You know,
What are you, I mean, you are safe, thank goodness, and I'm so glad you are, and I'm so sorry that we're meeting under these circumstances. As you sit here in your car now, trying to process all of this, what are you feeling now?
I just want to go home. I just want to go home. I'm glad that President Trump is okay. I worry about the children that were at the rally and how traumatized they are after witnessing all this. The little girl that was a couple rows ahead of us, oh, she was petrified. And what's going through her mind, is she going to be okay, or is she going to have, you know, nightmares? Or, you know, I worry about children. I worry about the people that lost their loved ones today. And I most certainly worry about my President Trump.
Vanessa,
we're okay.
I'm so glad you're okay. Vanessa, Stacey, thank you so much. And please, you deserve to go home. You deserve to get some rest now. And I hope you drive safe. And thank you so much. They've been here since 7 o'clock in the morning, a long day, and certainly not the day that you were expecting. So thank you so much. And Lester, the sun is now setting here in Butler County as the tragedy of the day is just starting to dawn on all of us who are here.
All right, Dosh, I think that woman sums it up well. She just wants to go home. It's been, for all those people who were there, what a story they will tell, and what a trauma, certainly an emotional trauma, to be a part of all that. Our investigative correspondent Tom Witter joins us again. Tom, what more are you learning from what appears to be a pretty rapidly unfolding investigation?
I think that's well put, Lester. I think there's a lot going on behind the scenes in law enforcement as they investigate it. The FBI, the U.S. Attorney's Office locally is on top of it. We're in the process right now. We're just doing a little extra verification of video that appears to show the aftermath of the shooting and this individual who shot from, as you just heard the district attorney to you say, from several hundred yards away. It was not, if all this video syncs up and looking at the maps, it does not appear to have been head on, if you will. So our vantage point towards Trump, it would have been from off to the side to what would be towards our left looking at this shooting. That's where it appears to have occurred, but we're still waiting to get more details at this hour. As far as, you know, the president has said he was grazed by a wound. I'm looking there at both teleprompters, which would be the closest glass, and they both appear to be sound. There does not appear to be any sort of damage to them. So it does appear, at least initially, that that's the case, but we're waiting to get some additional confirmation. What will happen now, this investigation in some ways will be quick because they'll want to make sure that there's nobody else that they need to be looking for. We obviously have other people who are running for office or in office currently that they want to make sure are going to be safe or not impacted by anybody who knew this individual. But from a forensic standpoint, from other standpoints, they will slow this down. And once they search that individual's premises, they will make sure that they have a full accounting and cataloging of all the evidence. Even though the alleged shooter is believed to be deceased, they need to go through all of that. And just to take a bit of a step back here, Lester, we have been talking about for months, the FBI director has talked to you specifically about the incredible threat environment, and I don't use that word in a good way, but the incredible threat environment that is facing the United States. And at the center of that is obviously the tremendous political discord that we have, as well as foreign threats. And so when you look at this, this type of thing, unfortunately, is something that has been feared by law enforcement, that we would see some sort of political violence. And obviously, that's something that appears to have happened here today. So we're waiting to get more details. We do not have a name. I will caution people that are, as so often happens, Lester, as you know now, people are watching us and listening to what we have to say and keeping an eye on their phones and social media. There are several names that are going around on social media that I can tell you are flat out not true. Some of those individuals have been involved in prior mass shooting events. Some of those individuals are bloggers from foreign countries who have no nexus to this whatsoever. And so there's no indication, at least at this stage, that any of the names that have been widely circulated on social media are in fact associated with this shooter. And I think it's important for people to point that out. I'm not going to mention them because for some of those people, they have nothing to do with this, and we certainly don't want to give them any notoriety for no good reason.
Yeah, important to point out. All right, Tom Winter, thank you. We'll come back to you as you continue to gather more information. I want to bring back Evie Pomperus, a former Secret Service agent. I don't know if you heard my interview with the district attorney a few moments ago. He was describing there's an elevated area and perhaps of several hundred yards around this site. It's been pointed out that the wound received by Mr. Trump was on his right cheek. What are you able to put together as you visualize this?
You know, as I'm listening to the whole thing and we're hearing that the threat, in the terms that we would use, the threat's been neutralized, right? We understand, and what we're hearing is that the shooter is no longer alive. I'm thinking, how did that shooter get taken out? And was that shooter taken out actually at a distance? One of the elements you typically have when it comes to protection, you have counter sniper team. Sometimes the Secret Service will have their own team. Other times, if there are not enough resources, which can happen during a campaign season like this, if everybody's stretched out too thin, you may use a local element. So when I hear that the individual from a distance was shooting, I always think immediately of that counter sniper element. Was somebody able to take that person out? Now, when you have counter sniper, your counter snipers are always going to be at an elevated position. So if you're in an urban environment, they're going to be up in high-rise buildings. If you're in an environment like this, they're going to be maybe on any podiums or any stands, anything that gives them elevation. And what they're doing, Lester, consistently is they are looking out through their scopes, through their binoculars. They're looking out, and they're looking what's going on in the distance. So immediately, again, I'm assessing based on what we've done in the past. When you hear those sounds, you're immediately going to look to the direction of where those sounds go. You're going to engage eyesight-wise to see what do you see, and then is there a target to engage. So that's one way in which you can neutralize a threat. Another way that you can neutralize a threat from a distance is there will be a team on the ground. So the snipers are up top, they're seeing things, they're calling things out. You also have a team on the ground that can respond. So it's possibility that that team on the ground, whether Secret Service or local law enforcement, immediately went to that location if they're able to determine that location. So that's what you're going to think about when it comes to line of sight. And look, line of sight is one of the worst things. A lot of times when we have these outdoor events or the president speak in certain areas, you actually use the landscape to help you. And we've gone even to the extent of trees and bushes and anything you can think of to break line of sight. Line of sight is that one thing it makes you extremely vulnerable because it's such a hard thing to control, especially from a distance. And, and to follow up to, as I'm watching the reporting here and we see the agents coming in, and you brought this up before that the agents shielded the president and they're looking for wounds. You're correct. So as soon as they get the president off the stage, they go immediately into the vehicle and they're checking him for other wounds. And we actually saw a scenario like this play out with then President Ronald Reagan. Ronald Reagan, same thing. He was outdoors. The difference with him, it was an arrival departure movement. So he's moving from a secure location to the car, and he's moving to the car, shots are fired. Now, at first glance, Reagan didn't look like he had anything. He looked okay. But his then detail leader in the vehicle actually searched him, and what they found was a small wound, and they found the gunshot wound, but that was not discovered until inside the vehicle. So although you're seeing him initially outside, he's standing, you see Donald Trump give the fist pump, but you really want to check him when he's in the car. And then from there, what you're going to do is you're going to take him to a hospital. So I know there was reporting that he was at some type of medical facility, a hospital, we're presuming. That's another thing that's put into basically the strategic response. You always have a hospital. That hospital, when you pick one, you're looking for something called a Trauma 1 hospital. Why do you want Trauma 1 hospital? A Trauma 1 hospital is a hospital that can deal with gunshot wounds. They can deal with mass trauma. So when you have a protectee, the idea, and in training, you understand that if they're going to be attacked, it's going to be likely with a weapon, a shot. So you want to take your protectee to a facility that can treat gunshot wounds, that can treat serious trauma. So it's very likely that the facility that Donald Trump was taken to was a facility like this. There's always an agent there in advance. They go in advance to speak to the medical staff. So there is a medical protocol that is put in place so that when something like this happens, the hospital and that agent is already there to receive the president and to do an assessment on him.
Let me ask you about who makes the decision as to how the venues are used. Does the campaign simply call up and say, hey, we're going to be at this site, you guys figure out how to secure it, or do you tend to work together with the campaigns? How does that go?
You know, it's usually the first, and it's probably one of the hardest things. The U.S. Secret Service works really hard to try not to intervene, not to interfere in their protectees' movements. Look, the President of the United States, a former president, when they're campaigning, they need to be with the people, shaking hands, talking to everybody. Secret Service, you want to keep them secure. You want to keep them away from everyone. So the goal is to try to let them do their job, because they're a person of the people. So who do they need to be with? The people. So Secret Service typically allows staff to pick the locations. We will go there. It's very, very rare. I have to say, I don't think I've ever seen it where they were told, no, you can't do it here. They're an agency that is very can-do. We can do this. I have to tell you, at first glance, even with this location, I don't see anything different than the other rallies I've been to myself. So this is quite common. Now, Secret Service can say no, but you really have to have a good reason as to why you're going to say no and justify that.
Abby, thank you. You continue to provide us with rich information as we try to visualize all these things and understand it and really interpret some of the video we've been seeing. We appreciate it. We'll ask you to stand by. I want to talk to Congressman Mike Kelly now. He was at that rally with his grandkids. Congressman, thank you for being with us. You guys okay?
Yes, Lester, thank you. We're fine.
How close were you to the former president, and what did you witness?
So I was about maybe 50 feet away from the podium where President Trump was speaking, and that with some other congressional members and a member for the Senate. But and then behind me there were the stanchions where people were sitting in the seats. So very close to it. A very strange day. You can imagine where I live in Butler, Pennsylvania. This is an agriculture town. This is an ag area, right? And we had it at the Butler Farm Show today, which is for years I've been coming here. And actually, we always participate in the 4-H sale here, where the children bring their animals in and sell them. They make pies and cakes. And they have all these contests. This is about as basic as you can get. This is about as basic America as you can find. And today, Lester, I got to tell you, it was a beautiful summer day. People celebrating, people happy, people grilling food and getting ready for President Trump to come in. And then the aftermath of it was just shaking. You just couldn't believe it. And I'm really concerned as we go forward. There's something wrong in America right now. Look, this doesn't make sense. I will tell you this, though, as President Trump and his right ear, the bullet went through his right ear. It's a fraction of an inch maybe away from killing him. As he was leaving and as they were carrying him out, the Secret Service, he put his hand up in the air like, I'm okay. Unfortunately, the people behind me, about 10 rows up in the stands, there were people up there yelling and screaming, and they were talking. They had blood on their shirts and stuff, and there was a man who was down there. The security team rushed over there. They took him out of the stands, and apparently he has since passed away. But Lester, there's something wrong. There's something wrong in America today. This is we certainly today look like a third world country. Look, if you don't like whoever the candidate is, just don't vote for them. An attempted assassination on a presumption the candidate. We're going into our convention this week. Former President Trump is going to come out as our candidate. What is wrong? What has happened in America? This is absolutely bizarre.
Do you think that we will hear a different tone for the rest of this campaign coming from frankly, both sides?
You know what? I would sure hope so. But do you know, and because I think you all covered this before, in 2017, our Republican baseball team was practicing for a spring baseball game as a charity event, and our leader now, Steve Scalise, was, again, a gunman attacked our guys while they were at practice and shooting up the place.
Yeah, I reported that.
I just don't understand this anymore. I really don't understand. The greatest nation in the world right now has succumbed to being a third world country. The level of hate, the level of discourse that takes place has got to stop. It has got to stop, and we've got to return to who we are. We are a great, great nation, and we say in all our prayers, under God, under God, under God. Well, I'm sure that right now, the people of faith, tomorrow on Sunday morning, please go to wherever it is that you worship, drop to your knees tonight and pray for America. Pray for President Trump, that he's going to be okay. We also have, as I said, one man was shot. This guy is just there celebrating a day at the farm showgrounds, and all of a sudden somebody takes in their hands, they have to start shooting up the crowd, shoot the president in the head. It's absolutely, it's off the charts, third world country now. We have to start rallying around about who we are. When 1.5 million men in uniform and women in uniform have died to give us the right to practice the form of government we have, for us to be so casual and so callous about it? No. It's time for America to get back to being America.
And Congressman, you were there with your grandchildren. I didn't get the ages of it. Were they young children?
Yeah. I mean, so we had children there anywhere from 4 years old up to 12 years old. Let's see, about 10 of them. My wife was there. My sister-in-law was there with her grandchildren. One of my sons was with me. And you have to wonder, as the children came back, they're just, Grandpa, why would somebody do that? Grandpa, why did somebody do that? They don't like President Trump. Just don't vote for him. And I've said, kids, I'll tell you what. That's why Grandpa is in Congress. We have got to go. We have got to get this country back on the beam. We cannot allow this to continue to unravel. Lester, I mean, really, we're like a third world country right now, right? I mean, this is absolutely off the charts. Evil. It can't exist. We can't allow it to exist, and we can't tolerate it. We can't say, well, that's going to happen from time to time. No, it's not. It cannot be allowed. 1.5 million men and women in uniform to give us the right to vote and do the things we do, for it to be this way now?
Obviously a shocking and terrible evening as we hear the former president is okay, but as we've noted that one person was killed, 2 others have been badly injured in this. Congressman, thank you for taking a few minutes. We're glad you and the kids you're with are safe. I want to go to Garrett Hake now. He covers former President Trump. Garrett, Donald Trump has posted tonight on Truth Social. Talk through us what he wrote.
That's right, Lester. The former president using his preferred medium to inform the world of his status and the fact that he's okay. His message really in 3 parts. First, thanking law enforcement and the Secret Service for their swift action in Butler after the shooting. Second, offering his condolences for the person in the crowd, presumably a Trump supporter, who was killed, and the other person seriously injured, about whom we don't have any additional update now. And then describing his experience with what he says was being shot through the skin of his right ear, saying that he knew immediately that it was a bullet. He felt the bullet ripping through skin. He says much bleeding took place, and he realized what had happened. He concludes, God bless America. We don't know yet, Lester, if this will be the only communication we get from the former president tonight. He is, of course, scheduled to go to Milwaukee and be seen there on Monday for the start of the Republican National Convention. But obviously, not just a personal crisis for him, a sort of crisis for the country with this moment of apparent political violence with an apparent assassination attempt, but also a crisis for his campaign that will now have to figure out what exact steps they'll need to take, both to make sure he remains safe today, tomorrow, and going forward, particularly with the convention where tens of thousands of people are expected to attend over the 4-day event, and what, if anything, they want to make of this moment politically. The former president said in his Truth Social post that nothing is known yet about the shooter. He makes no comment about that. His supporters, though, are using using images like the ones we're seeing on the screen, including now both of his sons pinning those images to their X accounts, the website formerly known as Twitter, pointing out the idea that their father, the Republican nominee in waiting, if you will, is a fighter and kind of seizing on this moment to elevate him politically. And so we have the physical update here from the former president. Again, he claims that he was shot through the upper part of his right ear. By all accounts, will be just fine. The political reverberations, of course, entirely unpredictable at this moment, but already going on behind the scenes. The Trump campaign, as we've reported earlier in the evening, putting their staffers on lockdown, telling people not to talk to the press, not to talk at all while they figure out the steps at a more senior level they want to take going forward. And Lester, I'll just add, as I mentioned earlier in our broadcast tonight, that concerns about the former president's safety on the campaign trail have always been on the front burner at the senior level of the Trump campaign. The mega rallies that he likes to hold with tens of thousands of people in open areas. Concerns about how to continue to conduct those safely in kind of a hot political environment, in an environment where he just might not be safe. There was much talk about those events and even the smaller events where he likes to drop by at fast food restaurants or firehouses, the kind of unscheduled stops that presidential candidates like to make. At every single one of these stops that are discussed, there are serious high-level discussions about whether they can be conducted safely. It'll be borne out in the reporting to come what kind of conversations were had about this rally and how, if at all, Donald Trump will change his posture towards these rallies that have become such a hallmark of his over his political career.
Yeah, I was going to ask you about that because this is a part of his certainly his political identity. He loves these type of moments in these rallies, so it would be hard to imagine his campaign without that. But I guess that is one of the many.
Well,
yeah, go ahead.
We did see, Lester, earlier this year, his campaign made a tactical decision in Iowa and New Hampshire when they realized that these giant rallies were pulling in so many people from states that weren't relevant. You know, if you held an event in Iowa for 10,000 people and 6,000 of them drove over from Illinois, it wasn't helping you in the caucus. So they made tactical decisions along the way to shrink events for that purpose. Obviously, in a general election, when you're talking about 70, 80 million voters across the country, but mostly focused on battleground states, it doesn't seem outside of reason that they might find smaller events that look just as good on television might be safer, easier, certainly cheaper going forward. But again, I think these are all conversations that are going to be had down the line with a president, as you note, who very much likes to have these events, to talk about the crowd size, and to make that part of the sort of his idea of projecting strength as a candidate.
All right, Garrett Haake, thanks. We'll ask you to stand by as I bring in our senior Washington correspondent, Hallie Jackson. Hallie, we have been hearing from members of the Trump family tonight. In fact, Garrett mentioned some of them. Obviously, I guess they are the lone conduits. The campaign itself is being very quiet right now.
Yeah, they are. And they have taken on the position now of sort of communicating to the American people, as their father has now done in that Truth Social, that online post that Garrett just referenced, how their dad is doing. Donald Trump Jr. is saying that his father is in good spirits, that he has spoken with him. I have heard from somebody else who has spoken with the former president, very close with him, who describes him as very tough. And so we know that the former president was shot in the ear based on, of course, that post. His daughter, Ivanka Trump, also releasing a post saying that she loves her father, condemning political violence, as so many on either side of the aisle have done tonight now over the course of the last 3 hours or so. I was struck listening to your conversation there with Congressman Kelly, Lester, who knows Butler very well. That's his hometown. He was raised there. The place where this rally was held, this is, to use a cliche, Lester, it was Trump country. I mean, this is a place that skews heavily Republican, where Republicans outnumber Democrats 2-1, where Donald Trump handily won back in 2020 by something like 2/3 of the vote there. This is a place where he would, of course, be focusing on coming up in this upcoming election. It was a notable location for his rally just 2 days now before the convention was supposed to begin, because it was the last rally before Milwaukee. There was some question 4 hours ago as to whether or not the former president might actually roll out his running mate, his vice presidential pick there. That had been where so much of the focus and the conversation politically was for Donald Trump and for his campaign in the moments, of course, before this horrific horrific shooting happened, this horrific attack. Now, obviously, the conversation has changed, and I can tell you, based on some of the reporting from our team here at NBC News, a source familiar with planning for the convention says this changes everything. That is reflected by some of the conversations that I've had as well. Sort of people are going, how could this go on as normal? So I think there is a real question mark as to the days ahead. But I think probably the most urgent one, and the question that we are working on too, is just physically, where does Mr. Trump go from here? Will we hear, for example, from any of the doctors who treated him? Will we perhaps see him publicly, maybe tonight, maybe early tomorrow morning? Will he want to make an appearance like that to come out and reassure the American people that he is, in fact, okay, that he is, in fact, in good spirits, Lester? And so I think there is obviously more to come on this story as we continue to report it out, both politically and from a law enforcement perspective, as you see the former president there and what has become that now iconic image.
Hallie, thank you. Let me go to Kristen Welker in our Washington, D.C. bureau. We're hearing from members of the President Biden's cabinet in reaction to this apparent assassination attempt.
Lester, we are the Secretary of State, Antony Blinken, posting, "I am shocked and saddened by the shooting of former President Trump's rally and grateful that he is safe," reiterating what the president said tonight, that there is absolutely no place for political violence in America. We must all condemn it. We're also hearing from the Defense Secretary, Lloyd Austin, who says the entire Department of Defense condemns this violence, which has absolutely no place in our democracy. I think you're going to hear that term reiterated a number of times. Austin goes on to say, "This is not the way we resolve our differences in America, and it must never be. I am relieved that reports indicate former President Trump is safe, and I am praying for him and his family and everyone affected by this appalling incident." So incredibly strong language coming from the Biden administration, bolstering what we heard from President Biden tonight, condemning this violence in the strongest terms possible. And Lester, again, this is a moment where people on both sides of the aisle are coming together to condemn this, to say that we cannot tolerate this as a country and that, quite frankly, something has to change. It is worth noting that Congress has a role to play here. Obviously, federal authorities are going to lead the investigation into exactly what happened, how this could have happened at a Trump rally. But Congress also wanting to get to the bottom of how this unfolded. The chairman of the House Oversight Committee, James Comer, writing in a statement, "I've already contacted the Secret Service for a briefing and am also calling on the Secret Service director to appear for a hearing." So, Lester, again, this is just the beginning of the process of starting to understand, starting to get to the bottom of exactly what happened and how this country will prevent this from happening again, both from a security standpoint, Lester, but also in terms of how our politics is conducted, the political rhetoric that is used in this country, and the tone with which this campaign is being waged.
And I think it's fair to say that there will be a desire to at least frame what occurred here tonight, and so to find out more about this shooter will certainly probably direct many of the conversations we'll have in the coming days. I want to go back to Tom Winter now, our investigative correspondent. Tom, what more have you learned? Tom, you there?
Yeah, hey, Lester. Sorry, we've just been on the phone, as you can imagine.
No worries.
I've got a couple of phones all working at once. We can say that the shooter has been identified to us by 4 senior law enforcement officials as a male. And I think shortly, we're just in the process of going through the last bit of verification. I kind of alluded to this when we were speaking moments ago. We're going to be able to show you video of where or a still image of where this individual was. And it's coming into a little bit more clarity at this point of where this person was. Obviously, they were using some sort of a high-powered rifle. As you know, a handgun would not be able to fire with the accuracy and velocity from the distance this individual would have been at. What type of weapon that is specifically, I've heard a lot of different things floating around and things competitively. It's just my experience that it's too soon to really get a handle on that level of granular detail. We do not have yet a name. As I mentioned to you the last time we spoke, there are a number of names on social media that do not appear to be the individual that's involved in this, and we're still waiting to get some clarification on that. So right now, here's the state of the investigation at 9:40 Eastern Time. Law enforcement believes that they have a single alleged shooter who is now deceased. That individual, that name that they have, is being kept very close to this investigation. They are in the process of trying to get any other information about this person's motives, their background, that they can get, and then to be able to figure out where this investigation goes. Of course, they want to rule out whether or not this individual had any help. They want to rule out what may have led up to this. And of course, long term, Lester, there'll be an analysis of the security plan for this site. The security plan going forward for the former president will undoubtedly change radically, I'm sure effective immediately. And so that will be a big change at various rally sites. And then there'll be a look into, was there anything about this individual that could have been looked at further? Did anybody know if they had any sort of knowledge of this in advance? So those are all the things that are happening literally as we speak. We do know that the FBI was requested by the U.S. Secret Service to investigate this, and that call was obviously taken, and the FBI is very much involved, along with the local U.S. Attorney's Office. And they will go through and get the necessary warrants for the property of this individual and anybody known to them. And the question is, obviously, where did things come from and when, and was this person picked up in the moments beforehand? We're a little bit more cautious in this day and age, not that we never were, but we're a little more cautious in this day and age with deep fake videos, with AI-generated videos and images that we really try to do to the best of our human ability, an exhaustive effort to make sure that things that are floating around online or are sent to us are in fact accurate and are not some sort of machine-generated image. The images you are looking at are most certainly not. And it should be pointed out that there's a number of photographers that are part of the press pool who took these photographs, and as well as the video that we've seen, and that those individuals obviously were potentially in harm's way as well, but not as much, obviously, as the Secret Service agents who rushed to surround the former president and make sure that if there were any other shots that were fired, that it would hit those Secret Service agents and not Trump.
All right, Tom, thanks for that update. When you are able to show us those images you mentioned earlier, just let us know and we'll go back to you. But I want to go to Milwaukee right now, where they are preparing for the Republican National Convention this coming week. Vaughn Hilliard is there. And Vaughn, I understand we're getting some word from the RNC about going forward.
Right, Lester. A great many of the delegates are already here in Milwaukee. Of course, the expectation was that elected officials, of course, the former president and presumptive Republican nominee himself would be making their way to town here in Milwaukee for the week-long convention. The new statement here from the RNC, I want to read it directly to you. Quote, as was communicated earlier this evening, President Trump is doing well and grateful to law enforcement and first responders for their fast action. President Trump looks forward to joining you all in Milwaukee as we proceed with our convention to nominate to serve as the 47th President of the United States. As our party's nominee, President Trump will continue to share his vision to make America great again. Sincerely, Donald J. Trump for President 2024. Senior advisors Susie Wiles and Chris LaCivita. Lester, I just talked to two of the delegates here at the convention that are already in town. Reince Priebus, who folks will recall was the former RNC chairman. He is playing host here in his hometown of Milwaukee for this convention. There is a reception this evening for the delegates, the thousands of delegates coming here to Wisconsin. That reception this evening has been canceled. There are formal meetings for the Republican convention ahead of the formal festivities during the week. Those are still on tap to take place tomorrow, before Monday night's primetime addresses begin. Of course, Donald Trump himself is slated to take the stage here at this arena on Thursday night. His vice presidential running mate is slated to take the stage on Wednesday night. Of course, we do not know who this individual is at that time. One of the delegates I talked to here this evening, Lester, told me that he expects the energy to only increase with today's events in the apparent assassination attempt of the presumptive Republican nominee. With less than 120 days until the general election, that delegate suggesting to me that the TV ratings for that Thursday night primetime speech that will happen 10, 11 p.m. Eastern time will be high. For this Republican Party, Lester, Donald Trump was somebody who ran through the Republican primary process and handily won to get to this point here. He has had these rallies around the country 9 years running now. And here today in Pennsylvania, less than 48 hours before we expected him to arrive alongside his wife Melania and his sons Eric and Don Jr., as well as a daughter Ivanka, and expected a Barron as well, before the family were to arrive here less than 48 hours. This convention will move forward, we're told, though, in its anticipated events as they were previously planned. Lester.
All right, Vaughn, thanks very much. I want to continue that part of the conversation with Kristen Welker, moderator of Meet the Press. She's in Washington. Kristen, you've got thousands of delegates, as Vaughn mentioned, heading to the RNC the next 24 hours. It's obviously going to be a massive security operation, and as someone had pointed out, it's going to be of an intense interest.
Well, Lester, you're absolutely right about that. And look, security had been front and center prior to this shooting at the Trump rally in Pennsylvania, and so now undoubtedly they will reassess. We would not be surprised to learn that they will bolster security in various areas. But again, you are talking about thousands of people descending upon Milwaukee, not just Republicans, Democrats as well, to deliver the counterpoint to the speeches that we're all going to be tracking every night. And then, of course, the media, the journalists will be there. So this will be a city that will be bustling, that will be brimming. So undoubtedly the security, again, Lester, is going to just be critical. We have talked so much about perimeters this evening. We know that both the Republican National Convention as well as the Democratic National Convention, which gets underway in August, that the planners for those events have spent a lot of time focused on the perimeters, making sure that they are as strong, as secure as possible, that it is as difficult as possible to access the area where the speakers will be, where the delegates will be. And so, again, Lester, this is a moment for a reset, undoubtedly, when those who are planning the Republican National Convention, the security detail for that event, will take a step back and reassess everything that they have just planned. Lester, all of this comes as we're getting a statement from the Attorney General, Merrick Garland, about the shooting tonight. The first time we are hearing from him, he says, "I have been briefed on the shooting at former President Trump's rally and have briefed the president. The FBI, ATF, U.S. Attorney's Office for the Western District of Pennsylvania and the Department's National Security Division are currently working with the Secret Service as well as state and local law enforcement partners on the ground in Butler, Pennsylvania. My heart is with the former president, those injured, and the family of the spectator killed in this horrific attack. We will not tolerate violence of any kind, and violence like this is an attack on our democracy. The Justice Department will bring every available resource to bear to this investigation." So there again, you have the Attorney General echoing what we have heard from President Biden, from members of his cabinet, from the Vice President, who has also put out a statement this evening to condemn the violence, condemning this violence in the strongest terms possible. We have, of course, Vaughn was just talking about the fact that this day started with journalists, people who are interested in politics, wondering if this would be the day that former President Trump would announce his pick for the VP nomination. And of course, this was not the day. This turned into a very different day. But all of those who are a part of that process have weighed in as well to condemn this violence in the strongest terms possible. And again, Lester, this is one of those moments where, to some extent, for a brief moment, the politics gets put aside. President Biden halting his campaign ads. The Trump campaign went into a virtual lockdown until former President Trump put that statement out. But again, everyone still responding and reacting to the horrific events that unfolded in Pennsylvania.
Some things are bigger than politics, and certainly the life and death nature of what we have witnessed today. Our thoughts, obviously, with the family of the deceased victim, the other two that are injured. on this horrific day. We want to bring in Evie Pamporos again, a former Secret Service agent. If I can continue the conversation we were having with Kristen with you regarding strengthening the security, potentially strengthening the security at the Republican National Committee. I would think there's only so much you can do, considering it was already a high threat environment. What sort of options will the Secret Service have to spread its footprint?
Well, here's the thing. They're going to do more and a lot more. So there is a lot more that can be done. For one, it's not just the U.S. Secret Service that's got the manpower. The majority of the manpower doesn't come from the Secret Service. The majority of the manpower comes from the local police department, the men and women that work locally and for the state. So you're going to see an upscale of the state and the local police entities coming in to secure the RNC. That's where the upscale is going to take place, because they too don't want anything happening on their watch, on their ground. The U.S. Secret Service and all, it's maybe a couple of thousand agents. It's not a big agency. Yes, are they elite? Are they tactically trained? Absolutely. But in the end, they work together and in harmony with all the local entities. The local departments, the local police, the state police, they're the one who come in with the manpower. And that's what you're going to see. You're probably also going to see a lot of uniforms. And why am I saying this? When you do a security venue, you design your security plan around a lot of different things. One of the things you think about is uniforms. How many uniforms do I want? I want a lot of uniforms. Do you know why? Something as simple as seeing men and women in police uniforms is a massive deterrent. So you're going to see this huge footprint. Now, this is also important because when you have an incident like this, now you have to worry, Lester, about copycats. We don't typically see these incidents, right? Last one we saw really was Reagan. These happened over decades. We've just had one. So now everybody's concern is somebody else going to get the idea that they can do this? Because what's happened is somebody did this. Another person who has an unhealthy or special interest in one of these protectees is going to say, huh, this guy did it, or gal, we don't know. I think I can do it too. And so now we have to worry about copycats, other people who are going to think that they can do this. So you've got this concern. Now, going back to the investigative arm of it, you're going to look at, well, the FBI is really going to be the investigative entity here. And this is why some people would presume the Secret Service would be. They are not. By design, FBI comes in. This is kind of a checks and balances system, because let's say, and we're not saying any of this is true, but the Secret Service can't investigate itself. The FBI is going to look at how did this happen? Did all the security measures go into place correctly? If there was a special interest, if there were people of interest that the Secret Service was looking at, did they vet all these people correctly? So you want an outside entity like the FBI to come in to do this investigation. It's a checks and balances system. Now, also in the Secret Service, there's a protective intelligence arm. What does that mean? These are the men and women that look at the threats that come in. As you can imagine, protectees, presidents, former presidents, all sorts of folks, there are a lot of threats that come in. And one of the issues is, what should we pay attention to, and what is nothing? And it can be a really difficult thing to determine. What do I follow up on? What do I think is minimal or not as important? So they're going to go back and they're going to look. This individual, were they of any interest? Were there any indicators of this specific person? Had they made any comments, posts? What was going on? And had they ever come into the radar or realm of the U.S. Secret Service or any other local police entity? And if so, what happened? Did they interview this person? Did they decide that the person was not of any interest? That's going to come into play. And even when it comes to protective intelligence, they classify people. Now, I can't get into the nuances for, classified reasons, but there's a way to classify folks, whether somebody is considered a really high threat. You know what? This person is super dangerous. We have to be careful. We want police involved. Maybe if there's a mental health issue, because it does happen, a lot of the threats that do come in tend to be tied to mental health issues, unusual or unhealthy interests in the people that the Secret Service protects.
Evie, let me ask you, how big a chill do you think this has cast over people who do what you do, people who work in the Secret Service and run these security operations, to see one of their protectees being taken to a vehicle bloodied, how does that affect the people that do this?
It's a big deal. It's a massive big deal. I mean, as I'm sitting here, I've been on standby with you guys. My phone's blowing up. All the former agents or people I know, can you believe this happened? Can you believe this? This is not a small thing. It really isn't. I know we're breaking it down play by play, but from the protective realm, this stuff does not happen. It doesn't happen, and that's a good thing. You know why? Because security plans are put into place so you can minimize this stuff. But I have to say, you can only control so many things. These open rallies, they are really difficult. And I wonder if moving forward, we're going to see less and less of these. You know, Lester, in your time when you did your reporting, and when Kristen was talking before, I actually worked alongside Kristen when I was still in the Secret Service, and she was in the press pool. You will see often Secret Service and staff kind of almost negotiating. Well, we don't want to do this. Well, we want to do that. And it's this back and forth. And you can see now a little bit of a reality check, or as Kristen was saying, a reset, where staff and White House officials who tend to think sometimes from a security standpoint, and I would hear too, come on, that's too much, it's not going to happen. You're going to see them now pull back and acquiesce a little bit more and listen and not fight back as much when the Secret Service says, hey, this isn't a great idea.
Does the Secret Service have to educate the protectees? Are they, do they get a briefing about what to expect if something like this occurs, what to do, how to react?
They do get a briefing. They obviously know where to stand, where not to move. So if you look at podiums, and again, a lot of the podiums, not this one specifically, but most podiums, especially the president, a lot of them are ballistic in nature, so they understand, hey, when you're speaking, don't step away from the podium, or if they do step away, it's choreographed. Not all protectees are the same. There are some protectees that really listen, they follow the script, they don't go off script, they do and they move as you think they're going to do. And there are some that, well, you have, and they will do what they want. Now, you have to manage both, but when you do have, I don't want to say that they're wild cards, but when you have that protectee who decides, I'm going to stay on this rope line a little longer, or I'm going to make a beeline and go shake these people's hands, or I'm going to walk away and do this, does that kind of make the hair stand in the back of your neck? It absolutely does. It causes issues.
And of course, we know that within the next few days, there will be a vice presidential running mate selected by Mr. Trump, and that will be one more candidate you'll have to protect.
It is another candidate. As you know, as the people get added on, it's more, I don't want to say stress, but it's more resources that the U.S. Secret Service has to divvy out. And look, right now, it's all hands on deck. Anytime it's a campaign year, it's all hands on deck. And a lot of people don't know this, Lester. U.S. Secret Service, they have an investigative arm. They're actual criminal investigators. They work criminal investigations, fraud, counterfeit money, all sorts of things. Actually, they were created April 14th, 1865. President Lincoln was the one who created the U.S. Secret Service, and their mission was to combat counterfeit currency. It wasn't protection. Protection came later, many years later, because there were so many different assassinations and assassination attempts made on presidents or presidential candidates that the government stepped in and said, U.S. Secret Service, will you now do protection? So during campaign years, all the criminal investigations stop, all these other things stop because the manpower goes to protection. And look, the world is watching. Right now, we're sharing this. Everybody's watching. The world is watching. And one of the things is, this is truly a symbolic thing. You know, often people would say to me, how could you take a bullet for this person or that person? They would see it on a very individual or personal level. You don't take a bullet for the person. It's something bigger. It's symbolic. What does it mean symbolically to the world, not just to the American people, when somebody can cause harm to one of the most powerful world leaders? It sends a message, and it's also the image of the U.S. It can either strengthen us or weaken us, and perception is reality when it comes to politics and how the world sees us.
Well, it's an important calling, and we've certainly seen it in action tonight. We appreciate you breaking it down as we come to understand what goes on behind these pictures and how it all played out tonight. in Pennsylvania. Abby, thank you. We'll hopefully be able to come back to you here shortly. Our viewers just joining us, we are on the air with rolling breaking coverage. We have been covering the shooting at Donald Trump's Pennsylvania rally this evening. The former president has been injured in what appears to be an apparent assassination attempt. The Secret Service says the president is safe. Tonight, Donald Trump posted on Truth Social that he was in fact hit with a bullet that pierced the upper part of his right ear. He said that he felt it ripping through his skin. What I want to do again here is pause. We're going to roll the video of what happened just shortly after 6 p.m. here on the East Coast while Mr. Trump was speaking. And listen carefully. You'll hear the sound of the gunshots and what appears to be the moments right after that until he is rushed into his car. Here it is.
A little bit old, that chart. That chart's a couple of months old. And if you want to really see something that said, take a look at what happened.
Moving his hair. Hold. When you're ready. On you. Ready. Move. Up. Move. Go. Up. Hawkeye's here. Hawkeye's here. Move it to the stair. Stair, get ready. Stair, get ready. We ready? Shooters down. Shooters down. Are we good? Shooters down. Shooters down. Are we good to move? Shooters down. We're good to move. We're clear. Let's move. Let's move. We're clear. Come on. Let me get my shoes. Let me get my shoes. I got you, sir. I got you, sir.
Let me get my shoes, sir.
Hold that in your head. It's bloody.
So we got to move to the bus. Move to the bus. Let me get my shoes.
Okay. My shoes down. Watch out.
Wait.
And that is the point that he's put in the car and taken to a medical facility. Here's what we know right now. If you're just joining us, the gunman fired a weapon from a high point outside the perimeter of the rally. So outside the Secret Service security area, if you will. The shooter, described as a male, is dead. Also, a spectator who was attending the rally has been killed, and 2 others who were there were critically injured, according to the Secret Service. President Biden has been briefed. He addressed the nation a little while ago.
But the bottom line is that the Trump rally was a rally that he should have been able to can be conducted peacefully without any problem. But the idea that there's political violence or violence in America like this is just unheard of. It's just not appropriate. And everybody must condemn it. Everybody.
And former President Trump has issued a statement extending his condolences to the loved ones of the rally goer who was killed and the others who were injured. He also thanked law enforcement and first responders for their quick action. His campaign says he is fine and has been checked out at a local medical center. His son Don Jr. weighed in, saying his dad is in great spirits. His daughter Ivanka wrote on social media, thanking supporters for their love and prayers for her father and the other victims of today's senseless violence. And another important note, Mr. Trump says he looks forward to attending the Republican convention in Milwaukee this coming week. Let's get right to NBC investigative correspondent Tom Witter, who has more on the investigation. Tom?
That's right, Lester. In a statement we received just moments ago from the FBI, they say, quote, they have assumed the role of the lead federal law enforcement agency in the investigation of the incident involving former President Donald Trump that occurred earlier today in Butler, Pennsylvania. The statement goes on to say, Lester, that special agents of the FBI Pittsburgh field office responded immediately to include crisis response team members and evidence response technicians. They say we will continue to support this investigation with the full resources of the FBI alongside our partners at the U.S. Secret Service and state and local law enforcement. And Lester, tonight they're asking anybody that might have any information about what led up to the shooting today and the shooting itself to call 1-800-CALL-FBI. So that's the latest statement we just received moments ago from the FBI, who has taken the lead on this. They'll work with the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Western District of Pennsylvania that's based in Pittsburgh. If there's going to be any sort of a criminal prosecution, to type up the warrants and get the information to continue to pursue this investigation, as you and I have been talking about now for several hours. As far as what we know, we still do not yet have a name of the alleged shooter in this incident. The shooter, based on images, video, and descriptions from law enforcement that we've seen, appears to be, if you were to look at the former president head-on from the video that we've been looking at, appears to have been off to his right, and that the shooting was we've been described to us as several hundred yards away, that the shooter was on top of an elevated surface and then was shot and killed by the United States Secret Service, and then law enforcement obviously rushed to where the shots were coming from. How many shots were specifically fired from the shooter and from the Secret Service or maybe other members of law enforcement, we just don't know. He has been described as a male, and that's really the only information that we have. His specific motives or background, is he somebody who law enforcement has ever been in contact with before? Those are all questions that we are asking, we've been asking, and we're trying to get that to you, of course, as soon as possible. As far as where things go from here, there's obviously a convention involving this candidate starting in just a day plus time, and he is expected to address the RNC obviously on Thursday evening. He has a vice president pick to make, and so what would be normally a very busy time for the Secret Service as they pick up a potential vice president or a vice president candidate, as I should say, that now it's going to be only so much more intense because of this obvious apparent assassination attempt on the former president and the presumptive Republican nominee. And so this changes the game radically. The New York City Police Department tonight beefing up their presence outside of the Trump Tower, just a couple of blocks from where you and I are sitting up Fifth Avenue, where, of course, the former president has a residence. Now, he hasn't been staying there. His new residence is Mar-a-Lago in Florida, as you know, but they have beefed up out of an abundance of caution. No specific intelligence that something would happen at Trump Tower, but I think based on the events today, you can see any of the Trump properties where he has stayed, where he might stay, to face an increased law enforcement presence until everybody figures out exactly what's going on here. We've seen no indication that there are any other individuals involved. On the other hand, nobody so far has told us that there are no other individuals involved, and that's obviously part of an active investigation. They do have images of this person, they do have their body, and so presumably they do have an identification as well. And so we'll continue to track the specifics about this person, what may have led up to it, and all the questions that we would normally ask, including the type of weapon that may have been used in this. But obviously, law enforcement, I can tell you, up and down the East Coast tonight, acutely aware of what happened today and following it very closely. And as you and I have discussed on numerous occasions in your exclusive interview with the FBI director, we are no doubt in a heightened threat environment. They've been very concerned about the idea of some sort of a political-based violence. And obviously tonight it appears we've seen exactly that, Lester.
All right. Tom Winter, our investigative producer with the very latest. Tom, thanks very much. We should note while you were talking, we got word that the President Biden, will be cutting short his Delaware weekend and heading back to the White House, apparently as a result of all of this. NBC's Dasha Burns is just outside that Trump rally. She was there when the shots rang out. Dasha, earlier we saw people, you were talking to people who were leaving the rally site. Were any of them detained, not obviously for suspects, but detained for questioning as witnesses of what they saw?
Yeah, Lester, one of the gentlemen that we spoke with who was right next to the man who was shot and killed. He was just next to him, a couple of yards away at the rally. He actually said he helped to carry his body out of the venue. He's an OBGYN from Pennsylvania. His name is Joseph. We spoke with him earlier as we've been in this parking lot. Here you see now night has fallen in Butler County. This parking lot that was just recently filled with thousands and thousands of cars, people who came here for a political rally, never thinking that something like this would happen here in Butler County, a small rural area that's typically pretty quiet. Now this lot is empty, and we did have a conversation with that man, Joseph, who says he has been waiting to speak with Secret Service. We're going to follow up with him to see how that conversation went, but he said he had been planning on having that conversation. I want you to take a listen to some of this interview and some of what he heard. That is where I ran into a man named Joseph, and I want to introduce him to you now. And as we just learned, Joseph, you weren't listening to the program here, but Lester Holt, NBC News, just reporting that one of the attendees has deceased, has died from injuries as a result of the shooting. Joseph, you told me off camera that you may have witnessed this, and I'm so sorry to be talking to you in this tragic moment, but can you describe what it is that you saw?
I was attending the rally. I was in the set of bleachers, the very far left of the podium where President Trump was speaking. I was there with friends. I heard several gunshots. The man beside me suffered a gunshot wound to the head, was instantly killed, fell to the bottom of the bleachers. Another woman looked like she got hit in the forearm or hand. And then at that point in time, it was rather chaotic at that point because half the people were looking because they thought it was fireworks. I knew it was gunshots right away. My friend, he hit the deck. I was kind of looking around just trying to see where the shots were coming from. It seemed to me like the shots were coming from behind the bleachers. It seemed to me the man got hit in the head from behind. He was killed instantly as far as I could tell. And at that point, it was a state police and a SWAT team, started evacuating the bleachers, and then I helped carry the man out of the bleachers to a tent that was behind.
And Lester, that's just one of the several harrowing stories that we heard from eyewitnesses today, people of all ages, people talking about the children that they saw, who they are so concerned about, who obviously are going to live with this trauma for the rest of their lives. Our own team, it was myself, my producer Bianca, our cameraman Sirkin, our audio technician Henry, our embed Jake. We were all there. We were all in the press pen when we heard those shots first ring out. All of us initially thinking this must be fireworks. There's no way this could happen here. We know how intense the security is around these events, and then coming to realize the reality of the situation, that it was, in fact, what we fear most when we think about the divisive political environment that we are in right now. I spoke to another woman named Vanessa, who was just a few rows behind the former president. She says she witnessed him turn his head to point out a screen that was on the side of him where there was a chart showing immigration statistics. He turned to point at the moment that she saw that blood come out of his ear that we now know from his own True Social post was a bullet grazing his ear. She says if he hadn't turned his head at that very moment, things could have been very different for the former president and the current Republican candidate for president of the United States, Lester.
Yeah, I think anybody that looks at that picture comes to the same conclusion how close this was. Dasha, thanks. Rico Elmore was at the Trump rally and spoke at the event. He was an eyewitness and says he saw someone get hit by gunfire and rush to their side. He joins me on the phone. Rico, where were you in relation to the president?
So I was about 15, 20 feet to the president's right. I was a special guest, being that I spoke today with a few other friends of mine. We were speaking as well. And, yeah, like 15, 20 feet away.
And then as the shots rang out, did you identify them as shots right away? How did you react?
So a part of me thought they were fireworks. It was like a split mental thought. Because I'm like, you can't have a gun or anything in this area because of the security measures that are in place. It's impossible. So my brain says, that's a firework going off. How did I get here? Who knows? But it's something small. And then I heard the second shot go off, and like I said, these were split seconds. So like, I said that's a gun. It's a firearm. So I got up. I yelled, everyone to get down. Everybody was getting down. Everybody was yelling, get down. I told people to get down. And then as I'm just pointing people and telling people, like, you know, get down. It's safe measures. And people were listening. And then I seen they had yelled for the medic, and there was an individual who was hit in the head. And there was no medical personnel in the area. So I ran to try to get them, you know, to get help.
Was this the individual that we believe was deceased?
Yes. I ran. I jumped over the barrier that was there. I ran up into the bleachers, and there was a towel that the people had, and I took the towel and I pushed it against the deceased head, and just to try to, it's all I can think about doing was trying to, you know, help him. But my efforts were in vain.
Yeah, Rico, you went to what was supposed to be a rally. It's supposed to be a fun thing for, you know, the party and candidate faithful, and it turns to this. These things sometimes take a long time to sink in, to know how close you were to danger. But have you seen any of the video, and just share with me your thoughts?
My thoughts are for the family. My thoughts are for the ones that were lost tonight in an act that was senseless and cowardice, all because of a feeling that one would have against an individual. No one had to lose their lives. You have the freedom of speech. You have the freedom to assemble. You have the freedom. You can go protest the fact that President Trump was there. Okay, that's fine. But to try to kill, to shoot into a crowd of thousands of people, I can't fathom that.
Yeah.
But my heart goes out to the families. It's unreal.
When did you realize the former president had been shot?
I didn't.
See,
Secret Service protects the president.
So they surrounded him as they're supposed to do.
They did their job. My job was to get to the victims and to the people. I mean, that's what I felt my job was to do. You know. Are you
attending the Republican National Convention this week?
No.
No. Okay. All right. Well, Rico, thank you so much for. Yeah, go ahead.
Unless you know, they call me up and say we want you to attend and we'll fly you out here, I'm not attending.
Okay. Understood. Listen, thank you for talking to us. I'm sorry you had to witness what you did. It's awful to hear, and thank you for taking the time.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
All right. Garrett Hake covers former President Trump, and Garrett, Donald Trump has posted tonight on Truth Social. He filled in a lot of the blanks for us. Give us a sense of what he wrote.
That's right, Lester. While Donald Trump's campaign has been all but silent tonight, the candidate himself has been speaking out on Truth Social, in which he describes the incident from his perspective, talking about being up on stage and saying that he was shot with a bullet that pierced the upper part of his right ear. He says, I knew immediately that something was wrong and that I heard a whizzing sound, shots, and immediately felt the bullet ripping through the skin. Much bleeding took place, he said, so I realized then what had happened. Lester, the former president also thanks law enforcement and offers his condolences to the person who was killed at the rally and another, he says, who was badly injured. I think we now know that there were 2 people who were badly injured. He also talks about the idea that he says it's incredible that an act like this can take place in our country, and says that even he knew nothing about the shooter at the time. That has been the only communication we have gotten from Donald Trump directly directly. What more we've been able to piece together has come from his son, Donald Trump Jr., who said on his social media that he had spoken with his father and that he was in good spirits, and from a statement combined from the RNC and from the Trump campaign about the convention set to get underway in Milwaukee on Monday that you were just describing, essentially saying that the convention will move forward and that Donald Trump looks forward to seeing people there, some 50,000 people expected to descend on Milwaukee. That's most of what we know about the former president's condition right now. We have no indication that he's been discharged from the hospital, no indication that he's returned to his plane or left the Pennsylvania area. He had nothing on his official calendar tomorrow. We were not expecting to see him pop up anywhere on Sunday. And on Monday, obviously, with the convention getting underway, we did expect to hear, perhaps by some point early Monday, who his choice for a vice presidential running mate was going to be. There'd been a lot of speculation, obviously, coming into this weekend, the last before the convention, that announcement could have come at today's rally. I guess now we will never know. But the nomination of the VP and of the nominee, the president, if you will, Donald Trump, is set to take place on Monday. So we will have to know that name at some point. How that announcement goes forward, in what capacity it goes forward, are one of the thousands of political questions that are going to come out of this moment, something unlike which we have ever seen before in American politics. I can tell you that one of Donald Trump's most senior campaign advisors, his de facto campaign manager, Chris LaCivita, who was with him at this rally in Pennsylvania, has also posted on social media recently, and I think it's a bit of a preview of what we're going to hear from the campaign, and certainly what we're hearing from the kind of greater MAGA universe of Trump supporters. He writes, Chris LaCivita, the campaign manager, writes, for years, even today, leftist activists, Democratic donors, and now even Joe Biden, he alludes to a comment from the current president, he says, have made disgusting remarks and descriptions of shooting Donald Trump. It's high time they be held accountable for it. The best way is through the ballot box. So at least the campaign manager, and Lester, I suspect soon the greater campaign apparatus and Republican Party, I think was going to take this moment to turn the language that we've been using collectively about this campaign, the stakes of it, on its head, and try to use it as a way to say both the temperature has to come down, and that somehow, as LaCivita says, those on the left should be punished electorally for what happened to Donald Trump today.
Garrett, does the former president typically go home, or does he sleep on the road when he's on these campaign trips?
No, Lester, he almost never sleeps on the road. Donald Trump prefers to sleep at his own properties. So depending on where he is in the country, we often see him either return to Mar-a-Lago in Florida, to his golf club in Bedminster, New Jersey, or to Trump Tower in New York City, or to a Trump property, either in a place like Trump hotel property, either in a place like Chicago or Las Vegas. It was our understanding he'd be going back to one of the Trump properties on the East Coast tonight, most likely Bedminster, his golf club in New Jersey. From there, he would travel to Milwaukee. Whether that plan changes tonight, I think, is an open question. Obviously, Mar-a-Lago, all these properties are secured. We've heard from the NYPD tonight that they're sending extra resources to Trump Tower. All of these were properties that were secured by the Secret Service when Donald Trump was president. I can't speak to which ones are more secure than others, but I can say that obviously Mar-a-Lago is a private club, but it's a functioning, members-only club. So Donald Trump lives in a separate portion of that when he is there. At Bedminster, typically much fewer staff, much smaller footprint, less folks around. I would be speculating, but I can imagine you would probably want to be at one of these smaller, more easily protected locations here tonight, maybe less likely to go back to a place like Mar-a-Lago where other folks are likely to be there tonight.
Yeah. All right, Garrett Haake, we appreciate it. Thanks very much. Our senior White House correspondent Kelly O'Donnell joins us with her latest reporting. We understand President Biden is on the move this evening.
It is unusual to see the president traveling very late at night, but these circumstances have warranted that in his judgment. He will be leaving his Rehoboth Beach, Delaware residence and traveling back to the White House tonight. We expect that he will arrive here in Washington after midnight, returning to the White House sometime around 12:30 in the morning. This is a change in his schedule. It is absolutely as a result of the incident today. We heard from the president publicly in two forms already already tonight. First, a written statement, and then, as you were in the chair earlier, when he spoke to the small group of reporters with him in Delaware, known as the Traveling Press Pool, and he addressed the concerns about this incident and said that he was trying to reach former President Trump to speak to him directly and personally by phone. They had not done so at that point. He described how he has been briefed by the head of the Secret Service, his Secretary of Homeland Security, and also other officials, including his Homeland Security advisor within the White House, who would be steeped in the knowledge of any potential threats. The president saying that he, of course, wants everyone across the political spectrum throughout the country to stand against acts of political violence, saying it cannot happen in America, should not happen in America. So with that as the backdrop, the president will be traveling back here tonight. We don't have specifics about how his schedule might change further. He certainly had plenty of events coming up in the days ahead. So that will be kind of a piece-by-piece moment as they assess the status of the investigation. I expect the president would want to have additional briefings, and by coming back to Washington, he could speak directly with some of the officials who are based here. Separately, I've been doing reporting that really began before this incident took place about changes coming at the Secret Service because of the Trump candidacy, going from former president who has a certain level of Secret Service detail to the status of being the presumptive nominee, about to be formally the nominee of the Republican Party, and the fact that they had made plans to increase the size of his protective detail and the teams around him because of the change in campaign pace and because of the necessities of travel. That certainly is borne out by these awful events today. In addition, 3 plane loads of chartered aircraft, 3 planes carrying Secret Service personnel traveled yesterday from their various assignments to Milwaukee for the convention, where they were intended to be going for a few purposes. Of course, all the related security for the convention itself, but also including the detail in waiting for the running mate selection, depending on the choice made by the former president about who he will run with on the ticket. And so preparing for that person's immediate family to be protected by Secret Service, adding another protectee in the sphere of what the Secret Service does. So these are some of the moving parts that are happening. Big questions, of course, about how does the political calendar change because of that? What's happening with the investigative pieces, learning many more details about who has been harmed today, the innocent victims who have been caught up in this, as well as a real medical status on the former president, and any information that we can gain through our reporting and with our law enforcement reporting colleagues about the suspected attempted assassin here, the gunman responsible. All of that unfolding on a Saturday night in a steamy Washington as we are trying to learn more details. For the president to be back here, that of course gives him easy access to convene meetings with his officials, and we'll stay on it as there are additional developments. Of course, the Secret Service provided some details that you've discussed at length tonight, having covered many Trump rallies when he was president and when he was a candidate in the last cycle. These are such well-attended events, huge crowds often, and covering events for the current president, President Biden, where he is out on the campaign trail. The security always includes a lot of screening, and that's why it was so notable that we were able to report that this gunman taken out and neutralized in the term of law enforcement by the Secret Service was outside that perimeter. Many questions still to be explored and investigation to be done. But President Biden will be returning here tonight, and we hope to have an update on whether he has reached the former president by phone. Lester?
All right, Kelly, thanks. We're going to try to shed a little more light on what you're talking about there. We're going to show you some new video our team has obtained. We want to warn you it's disturbing. If you look at the blurred part of your screen, that appears to show the suspect's body at the scene of the shooting. NBC News confirmed from multiple law enforcement officials the suspect was male. We also learned the suspect is dead. We have not confirmed his identity yet, but this, as you can see, is an elevated position which would be consistent with what officials have been reporting, that this shooter was operating from a superior, higher higher ground, if you will, or in this case, perhaps a building of some sort. All this will, the investigation, frankly, is moving at a pretty good clip here. We are getting more information by the hour here, so we'll continue to do that. I want to bring back retired ATF Special Agent Jim Kavanaugh. Jim, what do you make of that video?
Well, it's really surprising, Lester. I mean, one of the things that shocked me first in this event is when we learned that it was a long rifle shot. We haven't seen long rifle attack on politicians really since the 60s. The last one I remember was Dr. King in '68 and, of course, John F. Kennedy. But they were rifle shots. But every other attack on Reagan, the 2 attacks on President Ford, the attack on George Wallace when he was candidate, they were all handguns. And the reason is that since the '63 assassination of John Kennedy, the Secret Service has always held the high ground. I was never on a Secret Service detail, and I was on a number when I was in ATF for all those years, where they didn't have command of all the high ground. So I'm really shocked, I'm surprised that at the top of a building or shed or barn or whatever that is, a couple hundred yards away is not already have been commanded by the Secret Service and the police working with them. It's very surprising to me. My question that I want to find out is, what was the garb of the killer, or what was he wearing? He killed a man at the rally, and he tried to kill President Trump. What was he wearing? Was he wearing a tactical outfit that maybe some of the law enforcement members mistook that he was supposed to be there, that he looked
Jim,
like an agent?
When we played the tape, I have noticed, so you hear kind of a rapid gunfire. It sounds in the background, and then there's a pause, and then we hear another shot and people scream. I presume that other shot is when they took down the shooter. I'm making a presumption here. But it, too, sounded in the background. Did you pick up on that as well?
Yes, I think you're right. It's the distance. It's the distance from the microphones. The CAT team, you'll see that the 2 agents that are walking around on the Diaz there in the tactical garb, they're part of the Secret Service CAT team, C-A-T, Counterattack on Terrorist Team. And they'll have long rifles, and they'll have members, long rifle teams on top of buildings. I think you showed pictures of them earlier just on some feed. And they'll have a scope, a bipod, binoculars, telescope. They're two-man teams, and they're watching, and they can take the long shot. And that was likely their response when they picked up a shooter. That's their training all the time. And, they're on the roof of the White House, and they're on all the high ground whenever a protectee is moving. And I think Evie mentioned it earlier, that sometimes if they don't have enough members of the team, especially in campaign years when there's a lot of candidates and so forth, they'll use a state police SWAT, a major city SWAT team, local SWAT team to get up there and do that. So I'm just really surprised that there was a building that someone could get on within rifle range of a protectee.
Yeah. That's one of the many areas that will certainly come to light, I guess, in the coming hours here. I want to go back to our senior White House correspondent, Kelly O'Donnell. Kelly, we've been talking about President Biden's statement earlier. You've got an update on that.
In just the few moments that we have not been talking, Lester, we've now been advised that President Biden did reach former President Trump by phone. They have now had a conversation. President Biden earlier in the evening had said he had attempted to reach him, likely during the time that the former president was undergoing whatever medical evaluation may be taking place. We now know from the White House they have spoken. And he has also spoken with the governor of Pennsylvania and an official from Butler County, which is the location where this incident took place. So the president working the phones to make contact with his predecessor, who is also his current rival, and to make that human connection while also reaching out to the local and state officials who are directly affected by this. We expect within a few minutes President Biden will be departing from his home in Rehoboth Beach, Delaware, to begin making the trip back here to Washington. He had said he wanted to make that connection. He has now done so, and tomorrow we are told that he will also have, once back here at the White House, an updated briefing on all of the investigative pieces that between now and tomorrow, perhaps there'll be some of those blanks filled in as the president will want to talk to his top officials who are working to try to identify more details about what happened, who was involved, what motivations or warnings, if any, might have been detected in advance, and what the next steps will be. So the president on the move tonight, the former president, and he's speaking, and more briefings to come. That's the latest we have from here, Lester.
All right, Kelly, thanks very much. David McCormick is the Republican nominee for a Senate seat in Pennsylvania. He was at the rally in the front row there. Sir, can you tell us how close you were to the president?
Yeah, good evening, Lester. You know, I don't know, probably 20, 30 feet maybe. I was right to the right of President Trump in the first row there, and he came out and announced me and said, "Hey, why don't you come up on the stage?" And I started to get up and go on the stage, and then he said, "No, I'll have you come up later." And then within a minute or two, the shooting started. And, you know, there were, I don't know, 6 or 7 shots. And it was pretty clear right away it was a gun, and people dropped. And obviously the president went down, and the Secret Service was on top of him. And then he eventually stood up, and the Secret Service sort of had a phalanx around him. And you saw that you could see blood on him, and you saw the fists come out in both defiance and I think reassurance and strength. And at about the same time, I recognized that somebody behind me had been wounded in the bleachers behind me, and sadly, it looked like pretty severely wounded. And the people in the bleachers next to him were trying to stop the bleeding, but there was blood everywhere. And I'm not sure if that was the person who was in intensive care or the person who died, but it was clear that even though President Trump had, I guess, been nicked, that others were very, very seriously wounded. So
and it's not lost on you.
It was a very frightening moment.
Not lost on you that had you accepted that invitation to go on stage, you too might have been on the line of fire.
Yeah, no, it absolutely was, and it was obvious that there was an assassination attempt on the former president, and you know, a really scary moment. It was just like it was 15,000 people there, and this had only been my second Trump rally. But it was, you know, USA Today and lots of energy and lots of positive noise, and then all of a sudden just shattered with these rifle shots, and it was just sort of people were in disbelief. It was very chaotic and very confusing for quite some time.
What were you hearing during all this? Our microphones were able to pick up a lot of it, but I'm curious from someone on the ground there as this is all happening. You heard the shots. Did the former president say anything at all?
Not that I heard. Not that I heard. You know, it was all moving in such a fast pace, and you know, there was a young boy next to me, and his grandfather was a local sheriff, so the sheriff ran off to sort of deal with what was going on, and he was very frightened. So, you know, people were processing it. I didn't hear anything that the president said. What became clear is that somebody was really hurt. So people were calling for medics and, you know, getting emergency care in, and so it quickly went from the shooting to dealing with what had happened, but also with the uncertainty whether the shooting was done. And you know, at the time I thought it was possible there were 2 shooters, not just one, because it felt like the sounds were coming from multiple directions. And so, you know, in these moments like this, I had been an Army guy earlier in my life, and it's very hard to know exactly what's going on. So you have to kind of go slow so you don't misunderstand the situation. And that's what I tried to do, was just process and, you know, keep my head down and try to help deal with some of the challenges that resulted in some of the injuries that resulted.
Mr. McCormick, are you attending the RNC, the Republican National Convention, this coming week?
I am, yes.
Do you do that with some deal of trepidation after what you've experienced and what you saw?
Well, I'm still processing, you know, what I saw, but, you know, as I'm hoping to be a public official here as a candidate. You know, one of the things you don't want your family to have to worry about is your safety. It's hard enough to be in political life. It's so nasty and difficult, but then to think that your life may be at risk is something that I haven't thought much about, but my family's certainly thinking about tonight, and I think probably all families of people that are in the public eye are saying, boy, this is a lot to ask. So I think it's a moment that I hope we all step back. Political violence has no place in our country. It's not a party thing. It's absolutely un-American. And, hopefully a night like tonight will give us all pause and help dial down the temperature a little bit.
Yeah, I think that probably is a bipartisan thought tonight. We've been hearing in reaction to all this. I think there is universal shock and disgust that this sort of thing would happen. Thank you, Mr. McCormick, for talking to us. We really appreciate it. Our investigative correspondent, Tom Winter, is back with us. Tom, you have some new details on how the shooting took place. What can you tell us?
That's right. You were showing a video a moment ago, and maybe we can take a couple of seconds about how it was and pull it up. But we'll stay on this video for now. You see Trump looking over to his right. In this video right here that we're looking at of this kind of tan building with the white roof, what's blurred out there is what is believed to be the body of the alleged shooter. To answer a question our colleague Jim Kavanaugh was asking before, it appears to me, looking at this video without the blur, that he is wearing some sort of a camouflage type pant. It's not clear to me whether they're wearing any sort of a tactical gear or not. In a separate video we're examining that we believe to be accurate, it appears that the Secret Service counter sniper team, so they're looking for people that might shoot at former President Trump or whoever they're protecting on that day, and they would be in a position to shoot at that person or at least spot them. It appears that they noticed this individual or at least are in the kind of looking in the general area, and it appears that they fire back in less than a second or so after the initial shot is fired. It's not clear, frankly, who fires first. So that's a little bit of detail. And according to our colleagues at NBCnews.com, and we're looking at the map now, they just put this together. It's you're looking at the location of where it appears the body was found and approximately where the stage is where the former president spoke today. And as they've done the math, there are approximately 148 yards between those two locations. So you can kind of get a sense of how all this went down, and grateful to our colleagues for bringing this up so quickly. So that's what we know as far as the location of this and the geography. As we get a better sense of what's going on. Separately, we understand now, and just got word from the FBI that Christopher Wray, who is the FBI director, has conducted a briefing right now of the National Security Council of the United States. He's briefed President Biden and National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan as well. So again, FBI Director Christopher Wray, now that the FBI has taken over this investigation, they're the lead agency, has briefed the president, National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan, and the NSC on the status of the investigation as best as the FBI knows it at this point. So all of this is happening as we've been speaking here and looking at these videos and examining what has happened, but obviously a clear picture. We are told by the Secret Service that that rooftop, approximately 148 yards away, was outside of their security perimeter. So anybody going to this event, the people you see in the rally, in the foreground of this camera shot, in the background sitting behind Trump, those individuals would have been screened and gone through magnetometers and made sure that there was nothing on their person, certainly no weapons on their person. That would have occurred. This shooting appears to have been outside of that location, and the question is going to be now is, did that individual have line of sight? Should the perimeter have been pushed back further? And what exactly happened leading up to this? So obviously continued questions. There are calls for Congress for briefings from the Secret Service. That'll take place in the coming days. The questions are being asked right now, and we'll see where all this goes as far as the security plan. And as I alluded to you earlier, as we all know, Trump has to make his vice president pick, or is expected to in the coming couple of days. That only ramps up how busy the Secret Service is, because that individual needs to get protection as well. And once Trump is the nominee, he would normally get the full protection on top of what he gets as a former president. Well, obviously now we can assume that from here on out, Trump will have protection in his rallies, and the way that they're secured we have to assume will change here almost immediately, Lester.
All right, Tom, thanks. That map was very helpful to offer us a little perspective and kind of begin to piece together in our minds how this shooting took place. Let me bring in on the telephone Melody and Brent Hook. They were at this evening's rally and witnessed the shootings. Melanie or Brent, can you tell us what you saw and heard?
Yeah, we were sitting there, and all of a sudden we just heard, of course, what sounded like gunshots, and just total chaos then happened. I kind of looked to my right, and I saw the individual who got shot in the bleachers. I saw his hat come off, and then we just started grabbing everybody around us and just got down in the bleachers and just kind of hovered over everybody, trying to protect everybody around us. And it was right beside us,
Yeah, there was as we see in the video, there was a lot going on. The tactical teams were moving, the team moving around the former president. At that point, did you know what to do, how to protect yourself?
Well, yes and no. We just, everything's happening so quick, and you're not sure how many shooters there are or where they're at or anything. So you just kind of like I said earlier, I've just used my mother's instinct and just grabbed the little girl behind me and just put her down in the bleachers and covered over top of her. And the rest of our family kind of gathered all around everybody else. And yeah, you don't ever plan for anything like that. So you just kind of have to just go with what you feel at the moment, I guess. I don't know. It was definitely terrifying.
So you were in the bleachers, really behind where the former president was?
We were off to his, if he was facing forward, we were off to the right. We were in the same set of bleachers where the guy was shot at.
Oh, my goodness.
We were just a few feet from him.
Is this somebody you had met or encountered?
I think we had talked to him in line coming in, but we didn't know who he was personally, no.
We know this is, we don't have to get deep into it. We know this is a tough campaign right now. But did you ever imagine you would face this sort of thing at a rally?
Absolutely not, no. We are 100% Trump supporters. This was our first rally we ever attended. We were not in the least bit worried about anything like that. So we just pray that he's okay, and we pray for the families who, suffered everything. We're just not, my husband especially, he can kind of say his little point, but we just don't know how this happened. There were so much presence there, police presence and snipers, and I don't know how that guy possibly was able to do this.
Yeah, your husband, Brent?
Yeah. Yes, he's here.
Yeah, Brent, you did go through magnetometers, the metal detectors and all that, so did you feel safe going into this arena?
Oh, yeah, I felt safe going into it. You go through it, and they double and triple check people, from what I saw. But like I heard earlier, that it was outside the perimeters or something like that, I guess, where this guy was at. And somebody told me 140-some yards or something like that. I think it was a lot more than that.
Yeah.
I'm thinking it was a good
So
200 to 300 yards.
you're familiar, you had seen the building that the shooting may have taken place?
Yeah, the sniper, I seen both sets of snipers up on the two buildings right behind where Trump would have been. And, I watched them guys look over at that building quite a bit. They looked over there with the binoculars quite a bit, and I didn't know what was going on. And that's exactly where the shots come from, was there at that building.
Well, look, I'm glad you folks are well. I'm sorry you had to see what you saw, but thank you for sharing your story and your account with us tonight. Appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem.
All right, NBC's Jesse Kirsch is outside the former president's home in Mar-a-Lago in Florida. Jesse, you have Trump supporters showing up near his home throughout the evening, expressing their support.
That's right, Lester, and we still have a crowd out here right now. We're going to cut to another camera angle and show you just on the other side of my camera lens. You can see there are some people gathering. We've had people with Trump flags, Trump campaign flags, American flags, people driving by honking horns. For hours now, there have been people out here expressing their support for the former president. I do want to show you the presence behind us here at Mar-a-Lago, the former president's home. I'm going to step off to the side. Our photographer is going to push in. You can see red and blue lights, what appear to be on a police vehicle on the property. Our team has seen what appears to be at least 2 police vehicles stationed on that property tonight. But what I can tell you is from our producer, Juliet, who has been driving around the area, has been in the area before, there does not appear at this point to be any obvious, demonstrable up-ramp of the physical, visible security presence here. Of course, that's only speaking to what we can visibly see out here right now. So that's not saying anything about what might be going on inside the fence line of the property at this point. But from our perspective out here, there does not appear to be an obvious ramp up of the physical security presence. We should note this is not just the home of the former president. This is where his youngest child, Barron Trump, lives, as well as his wife, Melania Trump. We know that the former First Lady was, before all this unfolded, expected to be at the RNC in Milwaukee this week. We do not at this point have any guidance on their whereabouts, either the former First Lady or Barron Trump at this point. So we don't know if they are at this property. I can tell you that since we've been here and our team has been out here for hours at this point, we have not seen any kind of up-ramp, again, of a security presence, no motorcade coming or going that would suggest any movements of the former First family on this property in this area at Palm Beach tonight. Lester.
All right, Jesse Kirsch, thank you very much. We want to go to Garrett Hake right now. He covers former President Trump. And Garrett, this is all happening in the middle of a presidential election that is lost on no one.
Yeah, Lester, I mean, the contours of where we are right now are fascinating. We've had over the last several weeks since the presidential debate a situation in which Donald Trump, who likes the spotlight of campaigning more than any other politician I've ever covered, has almost entirely stayed out of it. All of the headlines over the last 2 weeks have been about Joe Biden and would he remain as the Democratic nominee. We were starting to talk about Donald Trump again in the context of this rally today and the opening of his convention on Monday, because he was going to have to name his vice presidential nominee, something that would pull that spotlight back to him, and then have the chance to introduce himself again to the country at a convention. One of the very few events that a candidate can ever fully control on their own during the heat of a presidential election. Instead, we find ourselves tonight, Saturday night, probably bleeding well into Sunday morning, in the exact opposite situation, an assassination attempt, something no candidate could ever possibly control, that's liable to completely upend the contours of this election. We know that the president and the former president have spoken tonight in the aftermath of this, and we know that the RNC, according to the organizers and the former president statement that appears in his name seems to indicate at least, will go forward on Monday in some capacity. But what the speeches will be about, what the kind of contours of this campaign will be, how voters will react to seeing a nominee for a major party escorted off stage by Secret Service, covered in his own blood. I mean, this is just not something that modern voters have had to grapple with. When I'm talking to people tonight, not just my sources, but sort of the normal people in my life consuming this all, there is so much shock and anger and sadness that we are in this place as a country, and we're in this place in July. How this all changes over the next couple of months, when especially we now know the House of Representatives, at least, if not the Senate as well, will be investigating this shooting. We'll be talking about it for weeks, if not months. So the motivations behind the shooter, when we find out what they are. I mean, there's just such a butterfly effect moment to have happen in what's normally the doldrums of summer pre-convention in a presidential election that now could shape much of the next several months of this race.
Yeah, you say that, and I had to think for a second. You're right, we are in July, and this is normally a period where we get a little bit of a breath before heading into the meat of the campaign, but not to be. Thank you, Garrett. NBC's Vaughn Hilliard has been covering the Trump campaign. He joins us now from the RNC at the Convention Center in Milwaukee. I assume that a lot of the delegates have already arrived and that word has circulated. What kind of reaction are you hearing there?
Right. Thousands of delegates are already here in Milwaukee. There have already been several committees that are a part of this convention that have already been meeting here this weekend in the lead up to Monday's formal festivities beginning. Of course, it's Monday night when the first primetime speakers will begin. Of course, Donald Trump's family is expected to be here as well. Melania Trump, Ivanka, Don Jr., and Eric. Donald Trump himself, the presumptive Republican nominee, is set to take the stage here this upcoming Thursday night in prime time. To our understanding, the plans continue as they were initially said. Just a few hours before this apparent assassination took place, the speakers for this convention were announced. For the RNC here, there are delegates that are going to be coming here and going to be filling up this arena. We've already been watching the Secret Service here on site, beginning beginning their initial sweeps here to ensure the security of this perimeter here. There is a soft perimeter and there's a hard perimeter around the greater convention site here in downtown Milwaukee, Wisconsin. This has been a convention now years in the making here for this moment. It was 8 years ago, the last time that there was a formal Republican convention of this sort. Of course, the 2000 convention happening at the heart of the pandemic. There was no crowd. There were no mass delegations here. And so for this event here, it is going to be moving on its forward. I talked to two different delegates just a short time ago, one telling me that they believe this only increases the energy level here and the intensity and the commitment to support the likes of Donald Trump, the former president, the presumptive Republican nominee, who's expected on Monday to be formally nominated inside of this arena with the several thousand delegates on hand. Lester.
All right, thank you. So let's go to national security analyst Frank Figluzzi. And Frank, the FBI has taken over the investigation. What does that mean in a practical sense?
Yeah, Lester, this is actually mandated by regulation. It's been written long ago, and the history of it is fascinating because it anticipates the unlikely event that maybe the Secret Service would cover up an incident or even be involved in it, God forbid. So we expected the FBI to come in and take this over. What it means is the full panoply of the FBI will be involved, from high-tech crime scene analysis, but more immediately, Lester, all of the social media and computer devices of this shooter, all the interviews of his coworkers, family, neighbors, all of that, his entire life history will be reconstructed rather rapidly. And the goal here will be to see, number one, was anyone else involved? Is this part of a larger conspiracy? Was there anything that could have been done to head this off or intervene? They'll be looking at his weapon, where it came from. Was it purchased legally or not? Was he trained as a sniper ever in any profession that he may have held? And of course, what was his motive? And I caution people, don't draw conclusions. We don't know where this shooter really was coming from mentally, and that's where the FBI will be going. One of the early things they need to rule out is terrorism. They need to rule out that this wasn't a part of an international terrorism plot. So lots of things on the FBI's plate in the upcoming days and weeks.
This is, Merrick Garland has brought his team together. Is this truly a national security issue?
It clearly is. I mean, the world is watching here. They know we're all divided and polarized, and that we do tend to lean toward violence as a possible solution. This only makes things worse, not only internationally, but domestically. You've reported the RNC is starting on Monday. This is our iconic democratic process. The parties hold conventions. They pick their nominees. The question, can we do that securely and safely? And you will see changes come Monday in the planning around the RNC. So, for example, in the state of Wisconsin, you're not supposed to preclude anyone from carrying a weapon, even in a soft security zone, which is in place for the free speech and designated protest areas of the convention. I think those are going to get moved. There's also a parade route around the building for people who want to exercise free speech and assembly. That may be rethought. We're going to have to do things differently moving forward. And, of course, the investigation of what went wrong here, why, if as reported is true, why was this building the shooter was on outside the perimeter when it clearly was within a sniper's range? We've got to figure that out, too.
Are you fearful, or does law enforcement look at the possibility that something like this could inspire others who may have harbored similar thoughts?
Oh, absolutely. The copycat thing here, look, sadly, we've seen it over the last couple of years, haven't we, with people kind of taking on FBI buildings, and it doesn't end well for them, like Cincinnati, Ohio, or a man who tried to swing a weapon at FBI agents in Provo, Utah, who were arresting him. This kind of thing begets more violence and revenge. So if you're going to have protest areas in Milwaukee with presumably people who are anti-Trump, can you imagine people who think in their head the answer is to seek revenge for today's event, maybe against those who are protesting against Trump? This presents quite the challenge for next week.
And as this investigation unfolds, you reminded us not to glom on to what we think may be a motive in this case. But if there are connections, outlets, for example, for outside the United States, that would turn this into a much different animal.
It sure would. And look, the FBI Director Chris Wray, for example, has been telling Congress repeatedly now that there is strong indication of a potential for an international terror attack here. He used the language that it could look like the concert hall attack in Moscow recently by ISIS-K. Recently, the FBI arrested 8 men who migrated over the southern border from Tajikistan who are affiliated with ISIS-K. So, you know, that is an ongoing concern, and the FBI is going to work quickly to try and put that angle to rest.
And the digital trail, we've seen that emerge in similar things before. Will that be the tell-all, essentially?
Today, people just vent all of their motives and frustrations online, and my guess is this will be the case here. We'll know pretty quickly, even through family interviews as well as social media, where this individual was coming from in terms of mindset.
All right, we continue to get video from the aftermath. You see people who were wounded, perhaps, or somehow otherwise injured there being treated in the confusion, the aftermath of all this. There's still photos, including ones like this, that have certainly gone viral among many of Donald Trump's supporters after he has survived what is an apparent assassination attempt in Pennsylvania today at a rally. This is the shot, the iconic shot now of the former president being whisked away to the safety of his vehicle. We're coming up at the top of the hour. We're going to take a very brief pause for some of our stations to start their local coverage. For others, Hallie Jackson will pick up the coverage in just a moment.